All right, let's get started. Oh wait, where am I? There I am. Yeah. Anyway, welcome back, everyone. All back to me. You know, I've had 3 weeks off. So yeah, let's get back into it. And all right, so whilst I was away, we did do one release. We're going to probably do another release in a couple of days, and that's just a security release. There's been a couple of packages that have had security fixes that we want to deploy onto NearBeach. So yeah. Anyway, we are going to continue with the API, specifically adding in the admin functionality. So I'm just going to go over here. We're going to open up this. We're going to bang open this. We are going to go to localhost. We're going to jump in as admin. It was a bit weird. I don't know why it didn't register that. I'll be friendly to you guys. I'll put on dark mode. So, something we can actually do now, and we haven't got it there yet, because I am not running npm run watch. Okay, incoming ad in about a minute and a half. That's fine. All right. Oops, that one's popped up there. There we go. If I go refresh, ta-da! So, we're going to start adding in the ability for administrators to add in API keys. We want only super users to do this sort of thing, this step. The idea being is you'll be able to hit generate API key. You'll be able to add in any one of these. I've realized that this is a bug. I've got to actually put the theme through. Sorry, I dropped my pen. Give me 2 seconds. Where the default should be never. I don't know why I didn't pick never. Or we might pick 30 days as default, and then the user can click on it. Yeah, all right. And the API description is optional, but will sort of help people be like, all right, cool, this API key will be for the mobile or something like automatic systems. Just gonna turn down the volume for me, and then create API key. And at the moment, and the Bob I know, how are you? Yeah, the shoulder's getting better. Pretty much every single week it gets better and better and better and better, and I'm hoping in a couple of weeks I won't feel any discomfort in it, which, yay. So it's certainly looking like in a couple of weeks that will be the case. Touch wood, it is. So yeah, I'm back at work, which is good because I was getting bored at home, but had a limited capacity because I'm exhausted. Full stop. By the time it comes 3 o'clock, I need a nap. I have not been sleeping well. All right, cool. So as you see, when we hit the create sort of key, we get a response back being like, all right, cool, we've got a response back. So I've kind of knitted this together. I got it to a certain stage and I was like, all right, cool, we'll leave it there and I'll get back to it. And I was like, you know what, this will be great to do on stream because you'll deal with the front end and the back end, specifically the API. So yeah, all right. Let's go into here. I'm just going to minimize everything. I'm going to open up everything. Also, I should note, when is that ad going to happen, or did I just go right through an ad break? No, I haven't. The ad just hasn't happened. There it is. All right. For those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour. Oh, wrong one. Wrong. There we go. Sorry, it's been like 3 weeks. The idea being is those on Twitch will not get any pre-rolled ads because they suck. Absolutely suck. You guys don't get ads, don't worry. We tend to do this and no one misses out on any content, and you get to talk to me and you get to see Socks. There she is. She wants to say hi. So yeah, hopefully everyone's doing well today. Yeah. I'm doing a little bit of T-Rex typing. So if you don't get the joke, it's because of the short arms. So yeah. Alright, we've got about 40 seconds left of the ads. Whilst that's actually going to happen, I'm just going to open up some of the files so you guys don't have to actually see that when I do it. This will be part of user. This is weirdly named user API view. It's just crazy town. Alright, cool. So we've got that, and then we just need the source. We've got the JavaScript. We've got the components. I forgot where this all is. Where we were. We're at 10 seconds left for the ads. Oh, I should change that from live chat. Oh, no, it's meant to be live chat. There we go. All right. Oh, hey, Patty. And welcome back, everyone. I won't lift up Patty. For those wondering, there is another black cat here called Patty. Socks does not like Patty. But Patty just is curious about socks. I hope everyone's going well. All right, let's jump back into it. So I've created the API for API endpoint for creating the API keys for users. I've weirdly named it user API view because in here we'll have users API. We might change that in the near future. It is something that does annoy me. But going with everything else in here, we've got like custom API, whereas the class in there would be customer view set. So hence the double API. Once again, I probably will end up changing that. So yeah, we're only doing the following method. So we'll get all the responses, we'll post them, and we'll delete them. So yeah, at the moment we've just got a list. Now we will need to actually create a serializer first because we've got the data in a certain format. Now what I can do, oh sorry, I've got to, oh wrong one, sorry, once again, been 3 weeks. I like to break things. I'm going to put this one over here. I'm just going to go prod.that. Oh, I do have to log in. Oh, I haven't logged in 3 weeks. No one. All right, hang on. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I'm logging in. All right. Okay. We want the Kanban 2. Sorry. Gotta look over socks. Alright, cool. So, after doing all that, I've forgotten what I was doing. So I was doing that. The API keys. I was gonna jump into the Kanban board for some strange reason. And I've absolutely forgot. I should have just shouted out what I was going to do. I would remember it. Okay, not a problem. It'll eventually come back to me. So I'm just going to put this off to the right. We are now going to go in here. So we need to create a... that's what I was doing. I knew it would come back to me. All right. I think it's under this one. Yes, it is. I'm just going to put in that just so you guys can see. We're going to scroll down here. So with the create... Now, we've changed the URLs because as I was building this up, I was like, no, I'm going to flesh these URLs out properly. So in this sort of case, it is going to be this, and it'll be a post. It will be this. Oh, hang on. And then it'll be API. This is... Let me double check that. API key. Like that. All right, so I'm just gonna quickly update these. All right, so the idea is with the create down here, we send just 2 bits of data. So the expiry date, which will have all those particular values in it. Instead of no limit, we actually had never. That made more sense. As this was a quick write down, and as I was starting to develop it, I was like, all right, cool. I need to flesh this out a little bit better. And UDB, I have 12. Sup, how are you? You got an internship at One's a Django dev. At Honest? Or Once? I don't know if that's a typo. Oh, congratulations. That's awesome news. So, yeah. Alright, so we send back both the expiry date and the description, which we've got working at the moment. And then we need this data, and this is where we need the serializer to sort of work. We need to get the data from the database and put it into this sort of format. Alright, so... And I'll need to figure out how I did the description again. That one will be a bit hard. Yeah, but not a problem. Okay, going back over here. So we want to open up the serializers, and once again we match the folder structure. We're going to right hand click and we're going to create a directory called users or user, and we are going to call it, this will be the user API serializer.py. And then it'll be from REST framework, import the serializers. Easy done. We're not going to worry about too much at the moment. What we need is we need a class, and we're going to call it user API serializer. And we're going to go serializers.model serializer for the moment. I think that will work. Possibly. And then from NearBeach.models, import the... Ooh, it actually won't be from NearBeach.models. This is where I need to do a little bit more research. So, Django REST Framework Nox. What this is this extends the Django REST framework authentication and stuff like that. So what we want to do is we want a single user to have multiple API keys with the knowledge that if one of the services that are using one of those API keys has a problem, that API key gets leaked, they only have to deal with that one little bit of data change. So other services aren't affected. You can quickly cancel that token. Other services will still run as normal. It's just that one affected service that will stop. So yeah. Nox's token defense. All right, cool. We got the installation done. I'm trying to remember where I got quite a lot of this stuff. Add description. All right. I'll figure this out again. That's good. So, what did I end up doing? Is it something I did in the models? Give me a couple of seconds. All right. Token, user, description, date created, date modified. Yep, all right, cool. Change user is deleted. But that just extends models. It doesn't. What did I do? Okay, cool. Give me a couple of seconds. So extend. This will be the API key meta, won't it? Extend auth token to add description. Django. I should put in Django first. Easy done. How to add a field in the token model in Django REST framework authentication. All right, so it'll be based off this if memory serves me correctly. So we've got the key, got I'll open up that thing. Define your own authentication methods in the settings.py. All right, so your own token authentication. Generate key. Okay. I'm just going to go back. I'm trying to remember what article I read. Django Nox, I'm going to put just to hopefully limit stuff down. Oh, hold on. Settings. Settings Nox are handled in a similar way to the framework. Settings, all settings are... All right. But did I read that correctly? We can define a custom auth token model in our project that extends the... All right, that's... Token model. All right, this is a reference to the model used as auth token. We can define a custom auth token model in our project that extends Nox abstract auth token and add our business logic to it. The default is Nox auth token. I think that's what I was trying to do. All right, easy done. So what we're going to do is in Django, you can extend stuff. So I'm going to keep that window open. Not extend the expiry time. No, that's a setting. I actually went through all the settings and all right, give me a couple of seconds. Ugh, expected spam. All right. Okay, keep users logged in. That's not what we want. Django REST framework authentication issues. Make user more pluggable as possible to extend. All right. This is part of the Django REST Nox. So have a look. This is closed. So if we were used the same way it seems to be intended, and the user was inside the class, this library would be much more flexible. All right, cool. Next, reaching out, I can see a couple of things that can be improved and match with what Django have more configurations. All right, cool. Sucks your tails in the way. Sorry, my application has 3 different classes and tables that represent users. One of the normal Django users and the other 2 don't remain specific. Having user model defined inside a class would also allow something like this. All right, so yeah, we would extend it like that. I think. Class user, abstract user. All right, hang on. Let's go back into here. So default is auth token. Yep, auth token. Yep. So down here, oh, I've got a one-to-one field. But doesn't auth token have that already? Yeah, I think I did this wrong. Okay, this is why we fix things. So, class API key, we would be calling it so I'm just trying to think of a good name. All right, extended auth token. So we're extending it, and then we want to add in a description where the models.character field with the max length equals 255, blank equals true, null equals true, because we're fine with it being null. There might be a good reason why users don't want to put it in a description, and that's fine. We're allowing that for them, and it doesn't hurt us too. It'll be a useful tool. And I think we don't need a lot of that. I don't know if we have date created and all that in auth token or something similar. I'm going to see if I can open up Nox.models. I cannot. All right, I'll tell you what, this is where sometimes you just look at the source code and you're like, all right, let's figure this out. Django REST Nox. I spelled it wrong, I know. Done by JazzBand. We want the maybe Nox project. Oh, there it is, models. And we are after auth token. So there it is. So we got the object, we got the digest, easy done. We've got the user, so we don't need the user. We've got the created and the expiry. So we'll have the created. We won't have a change user, but then again, I'm probably going to say we want that in there. And the reason being is we kind of do want an audit trail. So if a user sort of creates API keys, you kind of want to see who's been creating them, especially if it's malicious. We don't need to worry about is deleted because we would just delete that that row of data. All right, so one thing I need to do is, because I've already got a migration for this, what I'm going to do is actually alter migration swapple. All right, cool. Operation key meta. Yep, that's the one I need to. And we also deleted list of requests to change statuses. Oh yeah, we did something like that a little while ago. All right, so I need to just delete this. because it's no longer relevant. We do actually have an old database in here, so I'm just going to exit this at the moment. I am going to remove the old database. I'm going to Python 3 manage, and I'm going to migrate. Oh, sorry, I need source. I need to go into my virtual environment. It's done. There we go. We're going to migrate everything in. It doesn't like it. If I go Python 3 manage make migrations, doesn't like it. Cannot import the name API key. Oh, all right. Where is that used? API key meta. We're going to call it extended auth token. And I'm quite happy with that at the moment. All right, that's what we want. Python 3, manage, migrate. We're also going to load data into it. So Python 3, manage, load data, and then what we got is we got NearBeach static, and then we got the NearBeach. No, sorry, not NearBeach static, NearBeach fixtures, and then we got the NearBeach basic setup. Oh, yeah, that's. Okay, not a problem. I'm just going to delete this migration. He's done. We're going to remove the database. We're going to go Python 3 manage, migrate. So it only does the migrations up to where we know it will work. Then Python 3 manage load data. We have NearBeach, we've got fixtures, we've got the basic sort of setup, and it just, oh, poo. Problem installing a fixture. Invalid model identifier, auth token. Okay. So we're going to do the good old cheat. We're going to get get status. I think this is, apart from the views, that view, on the models. Okay, get status. What change did I do? Get diff NearBeach views and then user views. Oh, okay, yeah, I can get rid of that. All right. I'm going to go back to develop. All right, cool. So we should go Python 3 manage migrate. So that will create the database. We know it should work at this level. Sorry, this is the problem when we're actually implementing new libraries and so forth like that. You do get these problems. So we should go Python 3 here, manage load data, NearBeach fixtures, and then we'll load in the basic setup. There we go. And then we can get branch to see what branches we've got. Get checkout feature. And then we have it as DFR Nox. And then in here, what we want to do is, this is where we're going to change this model again. Oh, didn't we check out? Okay. Give me a couple of seconds. Sorry. I'm double checking that I'm on the right branch. So we have one. Feature implement Nox. All right, yeah, I'm on the wrong branch. Sorry, I should sort of delete that feature. And then if we do git pull, it won't say there's no such reference. It's all right, cool, perfect. All right, going back into this. Now, under NearBeach model, we should also, under the migrations, I think delete this one. Yeah. I'm not going to save delete it. I'm just going to delete it. That's perfectly fine. We're going to stop the server for a minute. We are in the models, going to go up here. We're just going to comment this one out for the moment. Oops, wrong key. That's fine. We're going to go class extends. And I think it's auth token. Yeah, auth token. And what we want to do in here is put in a description. In fact, we can grab that from up here and just paste it in. And then we've got this one, which I think is 5 lines, and we just paste it in. And then we just go boop, 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 and then we go bang. And we're like, all right, cool, I'm happy with that. So I'm putting this one at the top at the moment, just because we'll develop it, and then I'll put it in alphabetical order because you guys are probably reading that line and being like, that's not in alphabetical order. I know. I love my alphabetical orderness. So this extends the auth token. So we'll have a description, we'll have a change user, we'll be all happy with that. And what I need to do is make migration for this. Don't know why that one popped up. All right, so we want to go Python 3, manage, make migrations. And cannot import name, API key meta from NearBeach models. All right, cool. Yep, that's, once again, we know about that one problem. We'll go back into here, we'll just find it. I don't think we're utilizing it really anywhere. So if we go into that, yeah, it's not doing anything yet. So we're fine with that. So in here, we're just going to do the make migrations again. It makes it. We're going to go Python 3 manage migrate. So it applies all the Nox stuff and it applies the latest NearBeach stuff, which is great. All right. So from here, we should be able to hit the debug now. We should be able to also go over here and go npm run watch. We're just going to watch the thing. We're also going to do our own that, and then we're just going to go Python 3 manage shell. And then we're going to go from NearBeach.models. We're going to import everything. And what I'm going to do is I am going to go a equals extend auth token dot objects dot all. And it is extends auth token. And A should be an empty query set, and I'm happy with that. So that's just one of our tests. The other test I want to do is, now we got the admin functionality. Eventually I'm going to get rid of this in NearBeach, just because there's going to be more problems with people accessing the data through this method. All right, ad break ends in, oh, we've got another ad break. All right, welcome back, everyone. So for those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour. We do this so no one misses out on any content. The ads aren't on YouTube, they're on Twitch. It's just to stop pre-rolled ads, which are far more annoying. So yeah, you get to see me throw a pen, maybe do a Rubik's Cube, and you also get to see our lovely little socks here. She's like, hey. Yeah, welcome, welcome. They only go for about 90 seconds. We've got about 50 seconds left. So yeah, you're almost there. Yeah. Hopefully everyone's going well. Yeah, and then I've just got to, you know, set up a few other things. So yeah. Ooh. Maybe I don't need to do that. Sorry, I'm just muttering to myself now. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. All right. So if I put the table setting, sorry, if I change the settings to that particular table, we should be hunky-dory. All right, I've got a plan of attack. It does involve a little bit of testing and so forth like that. So yeah. Idea is once I get the model set up and get data in it, we can start doing the get and so forth like that. And welcome back, everyone. All right, I hope everyone's going well. So what in the ad break, I remembered, oh yeah, that particular setting. So we want to open up NearBeach. We want to open up the local and the settings. Now in here, we do actually have a bunch of options for like two-factor and so forth like that. I don't see if we've got the rest settings in here, but that's perfectly fine. Oh no, here they are, rest knocks. Now what I'll eventually do is I'll eventually jump into the settings and neaten up this whole entire thing. But for the moment, we're actually fine with this. So we want to go into the settings and we want token model. And I just want to double check that they're token model, and we've just got Nox auth token. We don't want that. We want NearBeach.extends. Easy to do like this. Extends auth token. So I'm going to stop the server. I'm going to rerun the server so it actually has the new settings in there, and hopefully that won't fail. Now I'll need to log in, so we're just going to jump over here. We're going to hit refresh. We're going to have to log in, and I'm just going to do that. There's no extra thing on that. Now because I've just redid the database, we're back in light mode. I'm just going to update that very, very quickly. Easy done. I'm also going to go to admin. And up here, you'll see auth tokens. If I go add auth token, we've got the digest, we've got the token key, we've got the user. We don't actually have the description in here. So I'm hoping this works. So yeah, that was just a quick test. What I'm going to do is in the admin, and I've got to do this alphabetical order, otherwise it'll annoy the hell out of me. I'm going to go extends auth token like that. Down here, we're just going to go admin.site.register extends auth token. Easy done. We'll be getting rid of these in the near future. The idea being is we won't allow people to sort of jump into the database and edit these willy-nilly, because there's some procedures around when you edit something. All right, so I'm just going to hit refresh, and we should see extends auth tokens, and there we go. So we've got everything in here that we need, and these two fields. So we'll have the change user and we'll have the description. We're not going to soft delete the auth tokens. In this sort of case, when you delete an auth token, it's deleted. If that does happen and a lot of your services stop working, you'll have to create a new token and then deploy that token to those services and stuff like that. So yeah. And yeah. All right, so going into here now. I don't produce the music myself. Just give me 2 seconds. I wonder if I've got a command. Nightbot's been very slow on YouTube. It's the Heartbound soundtrack, which, yeah. So yeah, anyway, welcome David. All right, I'm going to delete this other stuff because I think going forward, this is what we want. Yeah, all good, all good. Yeah, as stated in the little description, Pirate Software has stated that he's happy for people to use it on their streams and stuff like that. And I was having so many issues with other sort of services, and I was just like, you know what, I'm just going to do it. So yeah, I bought his game and soundtrack. All right, so extend all. All right, so got that. Now, I just need to go and recreate some stuff because I deleted them. Good old Git hard reset. So in here, we're going to right-hand click. We're going to recreate the folder user. Is it user or user? Sorry, my memory's a bit, but at times. We're going to double check that. I want this to be, so API user, it's single. So under the serializers, we'll go that, and then we'll go user. And then right-hand click, we do that, and then we go user API serializer.py. In here, we want to import from the, from the REST framework, we want to import the serializers. And then from NearBeach.models, we want to import the extended auth token. And then we want to have a class called user API serializer. And that will be the serializers.model serializer. Then I'm just going to go class. Oh, is that? So I'm just double checking this. Class meta, yeah, and there should actually be just one space up there. I'm just cleaning code at the same time. Yeah, that's right. And then we have the model and the field. So we just have the model. Sorry, I hate when that actually fills out stuff for me. And then we'll need the fields equals. And we put that like that. Now, I do know that there's an exclude function for the fields. We were using that, but we had a problem where we couldn't order the fields. So that's why we're using fields instead. So sure, in this sort of case, I'm adding in error, pretty much most of the fields. And then dealing with it. But it gives me the ability to order them. So, going back over to our Kanban board, I am going to copy these. And I'm just going to paste them in. And yeah, it's going to look like that. We're filling this out. So, we'll need the token. So, if we go to this, we'll have... I don't know what the digest is. So, I'm going to ignore it. So, we want the token key. What was that? Token... Yeah, just token key. We then want the... Oh, we want the token primary key. Well, that's a good question. What would it be on here? This is where we go and have a look at the code. All right. Objects. Swappable max set. All right. It'll just be PK. That's fine. And we'll actually have the PK at the top. Okay. So from there, we'll have the description. So as we're doing these, we get rid of that. Now we have the created date, but I'm having a look in here. Yeah, it's just created date. Oh, it's just created. All right, easy done. And then we've got the expiry date, which is something we are doing. And if we have a look at the models, I forgot to add it in. Actually, no, I didn't forget to add it in. It is... It is here, but it's a date time. Not a problem. We actually want a date time. So we're dealing with five bits of data. So I'm not worried about the PK with the fields and stuff like that because that's a primary key. I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell the serializer, hey, this is only needed in the gets. Because it should be looking at the model for that information. The token key. That we won't ever be getting in the get or anything like that. However, I do want to override the token key with specific data, mainly because depending on the situation, yeah. So in a lot of the cases, we don't want to actually send the token to the front end. Once it's created, is the only time you see the token. And then if you reload the page, the key is just there, but you only see like the last couple of digits, and along with the description. So the idea being is someone can't just jump into the system and find a key and just copy and paste it, give it to someone else and so forth like that. So I'm just going to add a note. We'll need to have two versions of this, one which will the data. All right, the description will be fine. Essentially, that will always pass through. However, we'll need that this data as in you know, when you post to it. So at the moment, I'm fine with all of that. I'm just going to jump over here. I think we allow the nevers in here. Test from Django admin, change user, we'll just put it as that. I'm just going to go save. This field is working. What is the digest? I honestly don't know what the digest is. All right, that is something I should sort of learn. So the Django REST Nox digest field. The digest field is a crucial component of the secure token-based authentication. It stores the hashed version of the authentication token. Oh, okay, cool. So okay. Tell you what, we're going to delete this. That's fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the documentation. We are going to go to the views and get response data, use serializer, get serializer class. Yep. Data expiry and token. No, that's not what we want. We want the creation. Oh, that's the login, logouts. Yeah, sorry, wrong one. So get, we don't want the get. Yeah, we want to post. So authn data, request data. Serialize validated data user, login request. All right, no, that's login view. All right, no, I should read the classes. All right, it's not what I want. I want the ability to create. Okay. Is done. Django REST Nox create token. Login view. Oh, okay, so it logs in. I see how this works now. All right, cool. Your views. Socks, you okay? Oh, she's just jumping off. All right. Because, yeah, we're just creating an API for the REST framework. We don't need users to log in, so we're not doing the login process. But we're nicking some of this process. All right, login views. Oh, it's just that easy. Auto. All right, cool. Let's try that. So let's go a equals extends auth token dot create. Oh, we don't have a user. So u equals all right, cool. U equals user.objects.get. We're going to go pick a equals 1. So that should be the admin user. Done. From here, we would probably need, let's go on a equals the extends auth token dot objects dot create, and then we just need user equals u, and then we need description equals test. And it doesn't, not null, constraint failed. NearBeach extends change user ID. All right, cool. Sorry, I forgot the change user ID will also equal 1. So it should have created something. And there we go. Done. And that hurt moved my shoulder. So we are going to go back into here. We're going to hit refresh. We've just learned something. And we're like, all right, sweet. So the digest is the hash, and then the token key is all in that. And yeah. So what we need to send back to the user is something specific. So we'll probably need another field name. We'll probably call it token or API key. All right, so going back with views, we've got the login view, blah, blah, blah. So we just created it. So the token, where did it get token from? So get post response data, self request token and instance. All right, I can't be able to read all that. Token instance dot token. All right. So if I go a dot token, yeah, I thought so. You hallucinated that. Wait, these are truthful? All right. Okay. So is that the API key now? One way to test. Let's open up Postman. Once again, we're just experimenting and my screen has started to do that shifty thing again. I've got to fix that one day. It's not too bad. All right, we're gonna save that. We're gonna close all tabs with sprints. Yep, all right, cool. So I'm just gonna open up the list sprint. Now in here we've got this. I've just copied and pasted that. I'm going to hit send. Internal error. Field expected an ID but got a Django auth. Oh. We don't want an anonymous user object. Yeah, all right. Yes, socks. Okay, so in here, the Django REST Nox creates an anonymous user object. This is where you can tell I can't spell. Alright, socks, what's the matter? Where are you? I can't even see where you are. Are you behind a curtain? What are you meowing? Alright, so the Django REST Nox, like other Django REST frameworks, authentication sets request.user to an instance of anonymous user when no user is successfully authenticated. This is the default behavior of the DRF's authentication process, and that's not what we want. When a request arrives at DRF, view configuration classes. Alright, cool. If an authentication is yeah, we don't want anonymous users at all. It's a big nope. So alright, socks. What? Come on. Do you want back up? You're gonna have to let me pick you up though. Alright. There goes, sweetie. Okay. So one of two things is possibly happening. A, this login isn't working, or B, I'm not connecting that to the proper user. Or C, there's a config where I've got to be like, no, these cannot be anonymous users. So I'm going to go Django REST Nox disable anonymous user. So in here, there's no root. Down. All right, cool. Yep, not a problem. All right. So I'm going to go to the admin. We do have it set to user admin. And if I click on this, we do go to the user and we're all like, yay. So, yeah. Now, I might... Oh, where's my... Sorry. Let me do that. Oops. I've just clicked something on YouTube. Oh, go away. Thank you. So this could be very much wrong. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete a couple of them. And I'm going to resend it. And it's still allowing anonymous users. And if I go and let's untick authentication. Yeah, that's not allowed. At all. Okay, so that's for the sprint. I'm not going to save this, so don't save. I'm going to go to project. I'm going to go to team leader. I'm going to get projects, and we're just going to hit send. It's all anonymous users now. Okay. let's dig deeper. Let's actually start reading all of this. So the traceback, we've got the return int value. Yep, that's sweet. Type of, yep. So this is part of this. Which is part of Python. Oh, sorry. Oh, God. I am tired. I do apologize. All right, so we've got the REST framework views. We've got the REST framework. I'm just following this upstream until there's something I can see. API permissions version 0. So we sort of hit it around here. All right, so let's go API permissions version 0. So I'm just going to open up this. We're going to go into NearBeach. We're going to go into, where is it? Middleware, I think. Decorators. Sorry, not middleware. Decorators. Check user permission. We've got one API permission specifically for this. And it's line 30 that we want to put a breakpoint on. So we've got a breakpoint there, but let's see what we've got. And I've just noticed my camera is going back slightly. There we go. There we go. All right. So I'm going to hit that endpoint right now. It does it. So we're here. I'm going to have a look at the request. So we're going to open up the request. Now, it should be request. And then user is anonymous user, and we don't want that. Obvious reasons why we don't want that. Yeah, we want the user to be logged in. Now, it could be that we've missed a configuration step and so forth like that. And we need to actually go back and go, hey, can you do this? So, we might as well do that. I'm going to stop the service. We are going to hit the settings.py. We're also going to go over here and we are going to go installation. So we've installed this. We're happy with that. In fact, did I do a proper pip install? Let's go over here. Let's go pip install read the requirements.txt. Yes. So we need to add the REST and the Nox framework in. So going down here, we've got the REST framework and the Nox. We don't have any of the REST authentication stuff in there. It does make a note that we should not have that. Make Nox's token authentication your default authentication class for the Django REST framework. That might be it, because I don't think I did that. So if I go down to the REST framework, yeah, I've got all of these. So if I do that and then I paste that in, should be that. And not all of these. And I think I did that because I was like, all right, cool. I'll need both the session authentication and the basic authentication to be working at the same time. Yeah. Add the Nox URL patterns to your project. That's just for all the auth logins and stuff like that. That's not really needed because we're just creating the APIs and stuff like that. Okay. Let's restart this. And we've just hit an ad break. All right, cool, ad time. Hopefully everyone's going well. For those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour so people don't get the pre-rolled ads on Twitch because they suck. We do this so no one misses out on any content, and yeah, don't worry, you don't get any ads, you just get to see me. There are people on Twitch who don't get ads either for a number of reasons. They could subscribe, they could have Turbo, or they could be in a country which doesn't serve ads, which does happen, especially in January. So yeah, Hopefully everyone's going well. Yeah, we're just slowly figuring out how to get Nox to work in there and how we can have multiple API keys for a single user. So yeah, I'm hoping it all works. I'm hoping we don't have to do something custom against the Django REST framework. I'd rather have another framework that takes that sort of responsibility. Yeah. Yeah. And we are joined here today by Socks, who's in her bed now. After meowing so much. She's like, you know what, I'm just going to go into bed. And we've got about 12 seconds worth of ads. So just bear with me, sorry, just for a little bit longer. Alright, let's get back into it. Welcome back, everyone. So, I'm going to hit this button. We do hit this. I'm just going to hover over request if it lets me. And I'm going to go down and open up request. And we still have an anonymous user. Alright. So, I think there's a bit of config somewhere that I've got to do. Okay, in the session does not create an anonymous user object, rather it falls back to default for the request usage. If the token is expired or invalid. Alright, cool. So, what I want to do... Alright, so I've completed the development work on the Django REST API using the Nox REST. It works great in my development environment, but after moving to the prod environment, authentication, usually get a turn token back, then using blah, blah, blah. Alright, cool. If Django is behind the Apache web server, you need to enable it. Alright, no, that's not what I need. Alright, cool. We'll just quickly open up this. Default permission. Oh, alright. Do I need to... REST framework permissions is authenticated. I do have that. Thank you very much. Does that need to be... You can utilize Django REST framework permission classes by setting the... No. We need the default to be this. This will make is authenticated the default permission for all your views in your project, which is what we want. Essentially, we want people to be logged in. Sorry, Stocks, you're knocking the keyboard off the desk and I can't carry it. We don't want to apply this permission to individual views because all the API points will be, you know, behind this. All right. Okay, Django REST Nox. Oh, Swap, sweetie. Oh, did you fall off the desk again? Oh, come here. It's okay. Kinda wish I had the camera on you. Alright. There it goes, sweetie. You got a little toys in there. Alright, come here. She's like, nope, that thing falls off the desk. So, yeah. She essentially just stood a little too far back and fell off the desk and took the bed with her. Aw, sweetie. There we go. She's now very unhappy. Here you go, sweetie. Hopefully someone on chat will give you a treat. All right. We don't want to have anonymous users. We want to restrict them. So the Django REST framework, anonymous user is always, all right, I'm trying to authenticate in my web API method using the Django REST framework is authentication permissions and token authentication, the API method. Basically, I should always set authentication header like delete. All right, cool. Yep. All right. Let's bump into the settings. Let's find. We have a couple of things in here. So we've got auth token changed linked, auth head prefix, token model, which we've overridden, constants, okay, cool. Maximum token, no, all right. Let's go installation again. Let's see if I'm missing something. All right. What I'm going to do, default permission classes. Because it should be, we should automatically get a 403. Like, it should not pass the first fixture. It should be like, all right, cool, you're not got the right token. It should not be actually going and hitting my checks at all at this stage. So, yeah, something wrong here. And I don't know if it's not hitting that. So what I'm going to do, it's going to paste that a little bit further down. And I am going to rerun everything. We are going to go back to project. We're going to send this off. Yeah, we shouldn't be here. We should not be here at all. Because we did paste that in, and yeah, that might... Hang on. Sorry, I'm just going to paste that up the top. I'm going to get rid of this. In reality, we'll probably put it back in. All right. And then we're going to hit this again. Send request. Is it not booting up? Oh. Didn't hit the button. I just hit stop. Sorry about that. All right. Hit send. Yeah, we're still getting that. Ugh. And yeah, it should be dot is authenticated. I'm just going to copy this. What one are we hitting at the moment? We're hitting the projects. So I'm going to go into the projects API. So we'll need to go into the views API. This will be up at this level, the project API view up here. And I'm just going to scroll all the way, extended methods. I think it's the... No, it's not that. Let me give... Alright, no, that's not it. Yeah, this is API view, permission classes. I don't know if this will work. I'm having a feeling no. And this is something I don't want to add everywhere. I want this globally. And then I'm just going to hit send. There we go. All right. I don't like that. I absolutely do not like that at all. Because it should be up here, like right here. Okay, so I am that's what we've got, and then we'll change something like that. Oh, yeah, I don't like this. Okay, so that's what we did have. So we still need session authentication and basic authentication because we need to actually send stuff from the sessions and so forth like that from the front end. Maybe not basic authentication. I don't know. We'll figure that out when we test. And Nocturnal, how are you? Hopefully you're going well. I am just having... All right, cool. Authentication credentials were not provided. But if I do it... in, let's say, the sprint again. Go send. Yeah, it's doing that. Oh, I'm going to have to put that bloody decorator everywhere. I don't like that at all. Okay. I should be doing that. All right. Give me a couple of seconds. I just want to check something. So we've got that there. Okay. If not active, user reset. All right, authentication header. All right, cool. Let's have a look at this. Let's go into. Oh, hang on. There's a. This works with the Django REST framework authentication system. Nox tokens should be generated using the provided API view or view set. Can be accessed during those tokens. Adding that. All right, cool. Yep. To authenticate the authorized. All right, cool. So. Authentication token. Do I do it like this? Is that what they're trying to get me to do? Okay. This is what I want. Global. You can activate the token authentication on all the views by doing that. REST framework. Yep, that's what we've got here. So REST framework default authentication classes. If it's your only default authentication class, remember to overwrite the Nox's login views. Otherwise, it'll not work, since the login view will require authentication token to be generate a new token, rendering it usable. Not worried about that. For instance, you can authenticate users using basic authentication by simply overriding the Nox login view. Yeah, all right. Yeah, we're not using the login views. Because, yeah. All right, the REST framework, auth token serializers. No, we definitely don't want that. I don't like that at all. And we're not using API view. We're using view set. Okay. Not a problem. It does mean this then becomes useless. And most likely that too. So we just got that in there. Let's just go to the project API view. We are going to remove that. And we're going to do what they've stated. I did not press anything anywhere near F1 then. Thank you very much. We need to import the token authenticator. So I'm just going to put that in here right now. So there it is. We'll also need the is authenticated. So in here, they've got it as authentication permission classes also. So we'll set this up like this. So we've got token authentication. But we might need something like the basic this is where I am struggling at the moment. So we probably need session authentication in there too. So from REST framework, authentication, import, session authentication. So going down here, we probably need session authentication in here like that. And I'm going to say, all right, let's test this out. This is for the projects. Cool. So this one will still not work because it bypasses that and goes straight into the anonymous user. This one should be like invalid token. All right. So straight away, it gives us a 401 unauthorized. I said 403 before. That is incorrect. So we now need the correct token. So going over here, I don't know if it's this or if it's this. I'm going to click on this. And I'm going to assume it's this one. Invalid token. Maybe it's this one. There we go. We did it. All right, so we still want the front end to actually access this API. So what I'm going to, what I'm going to do is I am just going to go into here, version 0 dot, let's go just project. It's been overriding all of this. Oh my. All right, so I've got another problem. Essentially by request too, we're going to get rid of this and it's just going to return just JSON. The idea being is a lot of people just want JSON. They don't, if they wget something, they don't want this. We don't want to include this in here at all. We just want pure JSON. I'm going to have to actually sit down and go, why is the Django REST framework why is the Django REST Nox overriding the Django REST framework settings? So Django REST Nox overriding Django REST framework. And now I've got to go through and be like, all right, no, this is all right, Django REST Nox integrates the Django REST framework and leverages settings, but introduces its own config. Yeah, we know that. However, the Nox interacts with the Django REST framework, so default authentication classes, all right, is typically added to the REST framework classes in your settings.py. Yep, we've done that. So the REST settings, Nox defines its own namespace for the REST Nox. All right, cool. User auto refresh. Yep. Overriding default behavior. You can customize Nox's built-in login view, logout view. Yep, we've done that. So essentially the idea is we create our own tokens. That's going to be pretty easy. Yep. This has an understand what overriding Django REST framework with tests. Know how to customize Django. All right, cool. I'm getting rid of that. That didn't answer any of my questions. This is meant to be just pure JSON. And I'm trying to remember what we did to do that. Django REST framework remove HTTP HTML import. Alright, when we use more complicated representative schemas such as this list, the HTML form from the browser API address is mostly unusable. How can I disable it while keeping the browsable? We don't want the browsable stuff. Alright, so Django REST framework remove browsable section. How to disable the no, that's the same thing. Sorry, the browsable API. We want to actually stop this. URLs authentication, customizing. We don't want to customize it. We don't want to override the default. We just don't want it anymore. Do third party for customization. We don't want. No, sorry. These look lovely, but not for us. Blocks. We don't want that. Logout. Yep. Advanced customization. Context allowed methods. I am going to be afraid that I am autocomplete. No. All right. DRF remove browsable API. And don't say I'm going to have to put this on every single API view. This is... Give me a couple of seconds, actually. I just had a wild idea, and it's something I can test straight away. Actually, where is that REST framework stuff? So, default pagination class, yep, that's perfectly fine. Default schema, yep, that's perfectly fine. Page size is 100, yep, that's perfectly fine. Now, that wasn't working on my NAS. Default renderer class. So I'm just going to copy this. We are going to go up to the top. We have the Nox stuff up here. I'm just going to, you know, bump this in here. Escape T. So now I think that should be like that. Not 100% sure. Now I know alright. Yep, that's local hit. Sorry, that's local stuff. No, that didn't work. I'm just wondering... Oh, I hate when that happens. Alright. This is a quick test to see if I can pass things into here and that it will actually handle it properly. And it looks like that is a big fat no. No, it isn't. Oh. Because that's why we've got it in the properties. All right, hang on. Django REST Nox add properties from Django REST framework. Let's see if there's a particular thing that we need to actually do. We've visited that one already. Oh, that's the sorry, that's customizing the view. No, we don't want. Yeah, installed apps. We've got all that. REST framework. Yeah, we've got that. Other DRF settings like default permission classes, default throw. We've got that there, and it's not reading it. Ah. Oh my god. Yeah, see, we've got it there. And I'm just wondering if I remove... Oops, sorry. Wrong one. If I remove that like that, if it's going to cause problems. It will cause problems. Alright, ad starting in 2 minutes. There we go. We've got local... that one up and running. There we go. We've got this working. This one is still doing its thing. Have I just done a spelling mistake? No. Alright, so default authentication classes. And then what we want to have is nox.auth.token authentication. Is this not being called somewhere else? Is that the problem? We should have, so we've got the NearBeach, we've got all the middleware. Oh, that's the middleware. All right, sorry. That's the handling the template thing. So we've got the REST framework, we've got the Nox, the DRF Spectacular and Sidecar. They're all the API documentation stuff. And we've got all of this up here. I'm just wondering if this is in the wrong spot. Highly likely. I'm going to move it down here. All right, so... But the extends token, that was working. I'm gonna stop. We're gonna hit play again. S3 bucket isn't working because we don't have the Docker running. And we do have an ad coming up very, very quickly. Sorry, I'm just gonna click on this. We're just gonna go into our, our containers. We have Minio. There we go. Easy done. Okay, so let's go over here. Let's hit send. We've got we now got pagination. Oh no, that's not pagination. That's just a question mark. We do have pagination working now. Is it just that I had it in the wrong order? Alright. I can't believe I've done something like that. Let's do this. Let's do this. And we're in an ad break now. All right, cool. Sorry, YouTube, you'll find out in a minute. Sorry, to be precise, a minute and 16 seconds. So yeah, for those wondering what's happening right now, we have ads on Twitch. That's just to stop pre-roll to ads. We'll have ads no matter what. pre-rolled ads suck. So we run ads every half an hour. We do this so no one misses out on any content. Don't worry, you don't get ads. You get to talk to me and stuff like that. So yeah, hopefully everyone's doing well tonight as we slowly get through this. So yeah. All right. Oh, sorry, my leg is just killing me at the moment. Okay, 40 seconds to go. I am hoping it was just something as silly as that. I think it was. I honestly think it was. So, yeah. Something fun. It's always something very simple that always just throws me off. So, yeah. And we'll get this sorted. We'll fix up everything and, yeah, we'll get it running. All right, how are we going? About 8 seconds to go. Cool, about a couple more. And Socks is looking all cute. She's like, hey, pat me. Oh, there we go, yeah. And welcome back, everyone. Cool, let's jump back into it. Welcome back. So, I reckon after all of that, it was something as simple as we need to put this after this. So this needs to initialize first, and then this needs to initialize. I think it's just that. Yeah. So now we've got this up and running. We'll hit stop. We'll hit the debug again. We'll jump over to here. We've got the sprint. If we hit send, we now got invalid token. So we've got invalid token. So 403 forbidden. Great. Over here, we've got the token in here, and if we hit send, boom, we get the data. And if we go into here, now we've actually got this. So yeah, it was as simple as that. We can go back into the projects API view now, and I'm just hitting U until we undo all of what we've just done because it is not needed. This is fine. I'm actually happy with this. So we can still get to the data in the browser because we're logged in. If we actually right-hand click and open into a new tab, which we're not actually logged in, authentication credentials were not provided. Perfect. And over here, if it's incorrect, it'll be invalid token. So yeah. All right, Socks, move your tail, please. All right. So that seems to be working. We should no longer have those issues. I'm now trying to backtrack in my head where we were and what we were doing. Oh, the user API serializer stuff. All right, cool. So we'll have a token key. That will be that. If we actually go into this, it'll be this one particular thing down here. Which part of me I'm just trying to think how I want to actually deal with this when I send the data to the front end. So part of me says we want to override this particular token in certain cases. Oh, I keep dropping this thing. All right. I'm going to do this first as a test. We're going to write user token equals extends auth token where dot objects dot get and we're going to have the PK equals I think 2. All right, that doesn't exist, but not a problem. I'm just going to jump into the back end and be like, oh. Sorry, give me a couple of seconds. I'm just trying to figure out. If I go into auth tokens and I click on this. Okay. I like it. I'm not complaining. There you go. I'm not complaining about that at all. So essentially the primary key for it is just a bunch of, it's literally it's string and stuff like that, which is great. So if I go UT, we've got that. And if I go UT token, that does nothing. UT.token key, that gives that. However, that and that don't match. And Scotty B, how are you? So, a couple of years ago, got hit by a car, had a bad shoulder, had a hook plate put in, had the hook plate taken out, and then my, essentially the AC joint started separating again. And it got worse and worse and worse over the years. So since last year, I've been doing a lot of physio, been seeing a surgeon and trying to actually make sure my, try and fix it without surgery. We tried a bunch of things like physio, going to the gym, trying to strengthen everything up. We also had a cortisone shot and stuff like that, and nothing worked. And essentially we just had to fix it, and that was the thing. I was in quite a bit of pain and I couldn't do a couple of things, and if I aggravated my shoulder in a day, it hurt for the rest of the day. Anyway, this is a good surgery. This is actually fixing up the shoulder. Yeah, and hopefully in about 6 weeks I'll be out of the sling, or less than 6 weeks, depending what the surgeon says, depending what the other people say. Yeah, I should be fine. And then I just need to strengthen up my arm again and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. Is this how we get auth tokens changing? Is there a nice command for it? So, the idea is I am going to add, this is for the API, so you'll be able to do this via the API method, but also at the same time, I'm going to use the front end to also call the API to also create the token. So, yeah. And what I want to do is I want to, when a user creates a token, send back the whole auth token. And when a, sorry, my mind just went boop. And when we get a token, I kind of want it to send back just the last 4 digits and everything else start out. There is? Oh yeah, you put something in, didn't you? Hang on, management, commands. Update content, initialize objects, list events, run scheduler, document. Did you push that code? Have they also has advanced in the last few years? Yeah. Yeah, so it'll be good. You'll probably hear me scream and shout every now and then. They actually took some muscle, they took some of my hamstring or something like that from my knee and wrapped it around the bone. It's pretty cool. I don't fully understand it though, so I don't know if it's a ligament or tendon or anything like that. A lot of that medical stuff does go over my head. So yeah, it didn't add, it came with the package. Oh, okay. But what if a user was in the front end and actually wanted to actually create an API key? So that's what I'm trying to solve at the moment. Nocturnal. Jump. I haven't been able to jump for a little while. So, yeah. So I could change that to API key. All right, let's try that out. So source, oops, VM bin activate, Python 3 manage. I've just got admin. Oh, wait, I need the drf create token admin. Have I typed that in wrong? Because we're also, that was for automation, I think. That's what I used to work. Might not have it anymore. Okay. Because I've also got, for this, I'm testing out Django REST Nox. Just because I want to have the ability for users to sort of create multiple API keys against one particular user. The idea being is if that particular user is, let's say, set up to for external sort of clients or external applications, and there's a problem with one of those applications where those credentials get leaked, you can just delete that one API key. So yeah. And essentially, oh, I should not do that with my leg. That hurt. At least I didn't scream that time. We go into here, we go into admin, let's go into user. It doesn't matter what user we have. But we should be able to manage the API keys in a GUI. So that's also what I'm creating, and I've got to get the backend sort of working and stuff like that. So yeah. All right. Python manage.help. Yep. Now we've got NearBeach, auth, content, Django, Direct Spectacular, one-time password, REST framework, session, static files, and two-factor. Sorry, there's a bit of time lag in between me and you. I'm just going over here and I'm just having a quick think. Actually, no, I want to have a... Yeah. But it's pretty easy for us to actually create an API point for it. So, yeah. The idea being is if the user is a super user, they'll be able to add API keys and all that kind of fun stuff. Yeah. Shouldn't be hard. In fact, I was able to do it manually. So where do I have this? I think I added it in here somewhere. There we go. There it is. And that failed because I forgot a couple of fields in there. So just wait. I'll scroll down just a little bit. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. I wish I had a different color for selection. So it's that simple for us. If we have an endpoint, like an API endpoint, we'll have the user, we'll double check that it is a super user. We'll pass through the description and the change user ID, which is the request user itself. Yeah, so it should be somewhat simple to do. I don't see it being difficult. I think the only difficult thing we've had tonight is order of variable declaration. So this one's got to go first before this one. Other than that, I think we should be able to get this out in about 2 days, maybe less. I don't think tonight, I'm actually surprised I am standing. I did have a nap before because I was exhausted. So yeah, down. No, something Socks did. Sorry, I just remembered this. So, for those that don't know, you get painkillers after surgery, and a lot of painkillers will, for me, they put me to sleep. So, here I am. You're going to have to deal with my bad drawing. Fast asleep on the couch, all right? So I'm like lying down on the couch like this. Yeah, bad drawing, I know. Little tiny Socks got up to this, like this. So she's standing on her hind legs. There's her floofy tail. Like this. There's her head. There's her ears. And there's a big mouth. So there I am, passed out on the couch, dead to the world. And she gets up like this and she just meows right in my face and wakes me up. I'm like, what the hell? Like, it was a really angry meow. Like, she was not happy I was having a midday nap. Alright, getting back into this. I'm trying to rewind to see where we got up to. So we fixed all of those particular issues. Now, if we go all the way back, we're going to deal with the serializer. Yeah, it's the keys themselves. So we've got... That will be the PK. Then we've got the token. They do their thing. And we've got the 7FB4. 96BB. Essentially, we don't need to send a lot of this. Now, I'm assuming if we just grab the first 4... Now, it could be a fluke that the first 4 here are the fluke as the same as this. So what we can actually do is we can recreate them. Like that. And it'll be like that. All right. So what this one is saying is B69D10 should match up. And if I go back, let's just click on Nox, this one. So the 69D83, B69. Oh, that's the other one. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong one. So B69D10. All right, cool. We can get away with editing the token. So with this one, I'm just going to say it's going to be called the API key. All right, and that answers the little comment question there. So the API key will actually need to generate that. Socks might not have been worried, never seen you like that. Yeah, I probably had my tongue out and drooling and stuff like that. So yeah, that, and she probably seen me limping around quite a bit, and yeah. I was on strong painkillers after the surgery, let's just say that. Alright, so we want API key equals... I'm trying to remember how this is all done. Serializers dot character field... Oh, no. No, we don't want this like this. There is a particular thing that we do, and I forgot what it is. It's on the tip of my tongue. I am going to get rid of that one. This is for the jazz. Yep, I'm going to get rid of that one. Because we've got that one open. I can get rid of those ones now. Whoops, I've just closed something. So we want the Django REST framework fields that calculate. Oh, we want the different types of fields. We want the fields. All right, cool. Serializer fields, there we are. It's just, I know when I see it, I will be like, that's the one. Oh, sorry. Serializer method field. So we want data since join, serializer, serialized method field, and then we got something in here that's like get data since joined, and then we do something like that. Where we've got the self and we've got the object, and what we want to do is we'll have an object dot something. In this sort of case, days, I think. Yeah, something like that. It'll be as simple as that. That's what we want. So we want the serialized method. Oh, piss. We don't need to do anything like that at the moment. We do need to do that. We need to just do something like that. And then we got the def API key. Oh, get. We just need the get out the front. Yes. Then we have the, and then we'll have the object. And then what we do is, this is where I need to double check to see if it's a post or something like that. So we do that quite a lot in the serializer. So I'm going to close the decorators. I'm going to close the management. A good example is, that is actually API view. Sorry about that. Serializers. Change task, serializer. So in here, with the get fields, we need to check to see what the context is. And depending on the context, depends what sort of fields we're going to do. This is similar. We need to depend on the context. If the method is a simple get, we are going to we're only going to grab the first 4 values of that object, and then the rest are going to be stars. If it is, let's say, a post, so we're creating a new one. Oops, sorry. If we're creating a new one, we will just return the API key itself. So yeah, I had tarsal tunnel surgery along with oh god, turning on the left foot into after the nerve block went away. I woke up to it. Yeah, I'm lucky. I only have had a couple of cases of that, mainly when I've rolled onto my shoulder at night time. And when they tell you to take the pain meds on time for the first day, they mean it. Yeah. All right, so we're going to be doing the same thing here. I'm just going to put that over there because I keep forgetting what the things are. So there we go. We want to go down here. And we're going to write in a little thing in here. If the user creates a new token, we want to return the token in full. So if the self.context request, up here, we've got to check to make sure the request context exists. Okay. So if request not in self.context, we're going to return the object.api key. That's fine. That's not going to be a problem. That's a fallback. And we've named this object. I'm going to call it field. Field makes sense because it does. It's a field. All right. So if the self.context request.method equals and this will be a post. What we want to do is we want to return a field.api key, and that's it. Otherwise, what we want to do is we're going to have a temporary value in here, API key equals, and this is where I know Python can do this in a weird way. So, Python slice string. So, yeah, we're going to do something like that. So API key equals the fields.api key.slice, and then, oh no, we don't need that. All right, sorry, I've been using other languages. We need that. This is a single field, not field. plus, and this is where we need the length. So generate, Python generate. Generate stars for a length. I think that's not what I want. All right, Socks, you want down? Oh, sweetie, I've only got one arm I can carry you with at the moment. There we go. Okay, that's not what I want. Not a problem. We don't want random choices. But I think we could do the dot join. All right, I think equals star for equals star for in that will be field dot API key dot that will be length -4. No, I don't think that works. No, all right. So Python generate a string with n characters, not n random characters. In Python, how to do it in just one. All right, cool. Oh, it's that simple. No way, it's that simple. Oh, it's that simple. Here I am thinking something complicated and I'm doing something silly. So that will be times, now we've got to do a double brackets just because I want to make sure this is correct. So field.API key, and then we want a -4 there. And then what we want to do is we want to, well, in fact, what we can actually do is we just return this. Replace the string, replace the characters after the 4th character with, like so. Easy done. You okay down there, Socks? Okay. I think that's how we're going to tackle that problem. Yeah, I think that's how we're going to tackle that problem. And then in here, this should be a read-only is true, because it'll only ever be read-only. So that should be good. Oh, we've hit another ad break. All right. For those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch, so they don't get pre-rolled ads, which suck. We do this so no one misses out on any content. You guys don't get ads, don't worry about that. Yeah, hopefully everyone's going well. We have Socks being naughty down there. Yes, you are being naughty, Socks, I know you are. And yeah, how's everyone going? Hopefully everyone's going well. And I can't lift up my leg. All right. So yeah, we're adding in the ability for administrator users to add in an API key against the user, both via an API or via the front end. So yeah, we're just getting the serializer done. Once we get the serializer done, a lot of it just falls into place. We only got 3 methods. We've got the list. We don't have a get because we're not going to get. We'll have a list. We'll have a post and we'll have a delete. There won't be an update. We don't need an update in API key at all. It'll be solidified in stone. So yeah. Anyway, almost back. So yeah, welcome back everyone. Let's jump back into it. So I'm certain this will work. Kinda. We'll find out in a minute. So yeah, I'm just getting rid of a couple of tabs. We'll keep the settings tab open. We'll open up this. We'll need to scroll down to the API, open up users, open up the user API. We'll need to scroll up, and instead of serializers being none, we're going to actually specify a serializer. So I don't think we need that or that. We'll figure this out in a minute. But first we need to go from NearBeach.serializers .user, import the import the user. Oh no, hang on. User API. Then we go user API serializer. All right, cool. So then we go down here and we go user API serializer. Done. Everyone's happy with that. So that's all set up. Now, we're not dealing with the create just yet. We're going to deal with the list. So first things first with the list, much like any other sort of, like, let's say the project API. Let's just go list in here. There we go. What we do is we grab the data that we want. Oops, there will be the data. In this sort of case, we're not handling pagination, because I don't foresee someone using hundreds of thousands of APIs or having hundreds of thousands of APIs against one particular user. That would just suck. If someone does say, hey, we've got maybe 50 or something like that, how about adding in pagination? I will consider it then. But I don't foresee someone using more than 10. Yeah, especially when you think about it. Yeah. So we want to go down here. We want to get the data. So we want to go extends auth token equals extend auth token dot objects dot get. We don't need to worry about the is deleted, because in these particular cases, if it gets deleted, it gets deleted. Full stop. Now we should. No, that's a view set. Is there not a model view set? There we go. And then, oh, do I have another model view set? I do. Sorry, I'm just double checking to make sure I'm doing this correctly. So we've got the model view set, we've got the query set. It's a query set. All right, cool. So we get rid of this. We get rid of, no, we need the permission classes in here. This is going to override the permission classes. We need them to be is admin user, full stop. Up here, we'll need to have the query set equals to x. This is where I go up. I go from NearBeach dot models import the extend auth token, and then we go down here and we go extends auth token dot objects dot. It's going to be all. We don't need to filter this at all. Going down here, this actually changes stuff now. So I'm going to put that over there, and I'm just going to search for a list. So with the list, we still get the data. That's going to be a filter. And we need to pass through the user. So the user ID equals to the quarks, and it'll be the username. Now, in this sort of case, we're not using is deleted or anything like that. The system itself will actually manage the tokens, so when they expire, it'll stop them from working. Yeah, so I'm just wondering if we should handle, if we should be getting those still in the front section. It'll be useful information to see, because if it's past a certain date, we can flag it as expired. If that makes sense to anyone. All right, so I'm happy with that. Oops. Then we just need to go to the serializer. Oops. Serializer equals the extends. Actually, no, this will be the user API serializer. We just, Socks, what's the matter? Where are you? What are you doing at me? Yes, I know. There we go, in your bed. We want to pass through the extends auth token. Many equals true, is done. And then I'm just going to get rid of this data down here. Socks's tails on that, and yeah, we just return the response. Sorry, Socks, your tail is literally on the keyboard. It is annoying. Data equals the serializer dot data, and then we want the status equals status dot HTTP. HTTP 200. Oh, piss! I can't even type tonight. All right, cool. So that should get, I need to study args and quags again. Oh, fair enough, me too. I'm hoping I have set them up right in NearBeach. So fingers crossed. We will be testing this. So yeah. And the good thing is I've got the front end already set up to do this. So I'm just going to put a breakpoint here. We are going to go to the local host. Realize that unable to connect. Realize that we've probably broken something, so we're just going to hit that and realize there's a breakpoint there, which we didn't want. We're going to make sure we are, yep, we've only got one breakpoint. We should be able to refresh. There we go. I think it was just that breakpoint. We want to go into users, we want to go to team intern, boom, we've just hit this. So in this sort of case, we've got the quarks, we've got the username, and it's number 4, awesome news. So it's going to grab all the tokens from that. So we just go forward. I don't see this failing. So if we open up the serializer, Socks, sweetie. Yes, I'm injured, I can't keep moving you around and patting you. If we do this, error message, this list may not be empty, max length, yada yada. All right, cool, default message. I'm just going to hit play because Socks is in the way. Have you ever tried JS with React? I have. I do. When I build WordPress sites, I do use React.js. But if you're trying to say if I used vanilla JavaScript with React, no, I haven't. So yeah, but then again, NearBeach, which is what I'm working on right now, is using VueJS, and that doesn't have any. It has one tiny thing that is actually pure JavaScript, but otherwise, I'm getting rid of that functionality. It is harder than this. What do you mean? Is it harder than this? Yes. If you mean is pure JavaScript harder than harder than React, I'm gonna be like, it's more complicated than that. So, React is a framework. It's built on top of JavaScript. Essentially, when you write the language, you use quite a lot of JavaScript in it. So if you sort of know React, you also can kind of know a bit of JavaScript. However, that being said, if you're asking, is it easier to build something in Java? It depends. It honestly depends. If you're going to build a really big website that is really sort of reactive and so forth like that, having a web framework, having a JavaScript framework like React, Angular, Vue, and so forth like that is good, because then you don't need to worry about certain tool sets like creating state management and stuff like that. It's a library. You're wrong though. It's a JavaScript framework, man. Very much like how Django is a framework. So yeah, yes, it's a library on NPM. Okay, JavaScript. All right, they're saying JavaScript library here. All right, I'll give you that one. But yeah, I would have called it a framework because you actually build something with it. Framework. Some libraries, such as Angular, are classified as frameworks since they exhibit full stack capabilities and properties not found in JavaScript libraries. Oh, okay. Let's actually, is React a framework? All right. No. All right, I've learned something. I will walk back what I said. React is a library, not a framework. While it is often used in ways that resemble a framework, which is probably where I get my confusion from, it focuses on providing a set of tools and components for building user interfaces, specifically the view layer of the application. All right, cool. I taught that React was a JavaScript framework because it uses JavaScript code. I tend to think as opinionated libraries that provide a bunch of common tools that need to do. All right, cool. So it's a library, but it's framework. No one uses the lib. You cannot use JSX, but no one does. So it's a framework. All right, cool. I'm also on Twitch too. I can't say your name properly. Well, your first name, Brian Hanor, if I do say that correctly. But yeah, React itself won't help you build anything, but it provides a tool for building things with. Where a framework out of the box will. All right, cool. All right. Let's have a look at this. Quick start. Let's go set up our installation then. Create a React app. That's what I wanted. Okay. So those would be the frameworks then. React framework. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Anyway, I'm getting back into it. All right. So we're in here. We are. Oops, I was meant to actually double check to make sure that it is working. I'm going to open up that. I'm just going to hit play. I am going to bump this over to the left for you guys. And then I'm going to hit reload again. And there it is right there. So I'm just going to click on that. I'm going to bring this up and I'm going to do response. And then I'm just going to hit play. And no data available for this request. What, did I not hit play? Oh, I undid the thing. Don't worry. They love to say we're a library, but in actuality, usage is so encompassing that it might as well be there. It has its own ecosystem. It's a framework. Okay. React is a library. All right. I'm Hungarian. It's hard to say my name. Fair enough. All right. So we got JSON. We got nothing back. We're happy with that. That's fine. So we now know this sort of works. If we actually visit the first user. Ooh, we get a 500. Sense auth token has no attribute API key. All right. So we need to fill it out. And we can always change this to know what I want to do. All right, give me a couple of seconds. What I want to do with the serializer, use the serializer. With the auth extends auth tokens, we want to annotate something on there. We want to annotate an API key. Oops. Key equals, and then I need to use the field version, and then we go in here and we go token key. All right, like that. And I'm trying to remember where this F is stored. Django dot database dot I think it's under functions, import. No, it's not. Not to worry. What we can do is we can just scroll down and cheat with this particular one. Where is it? It's right there. And then we're going to click on this. No, okay, where am I importing this from? Oh, it's just in models. All right, cool. Almost had the place. From Django dot database dot models, import our lovely F. All right, so what that is doing is that's getting the field data, the token key, and placing it into the API key. That should work. So if we go back into here and we hit refresh, we should now have that API key down here is actually sending us this data. And if we actually extend it open, we've got the primary key, we've got the API key, which is not doing what we want it to. We'll test it out first. We've got the description, we've got the created, and we've got the expiry. So what I want to do is I think we're not passing the context through, which is easy to do. So up here, what we want to do, we want to go context equals, oh, that's a good question. Context equals, I think it's just the request in mustache brackets, yes. Like so. He's done, so we pass through the context. We're happy with that. So we're going into here. We're just hitting refresh. We click on this. There we go. So we've got the primary key. We've got the API key. Yep, that's fine. That's perfect. We've got the description. We've got the created. We've got the expiry. I don't think we need the created coming. No. Do we need the created? I'm going to say no to the created in the front end. Because people, well, I mean, it might be useful information, but I don't see it as. I think the less information we have, the better. So going back into here, we're going to hit refresh again. So if we have the API key, we've got all of that data. Cool. I'm happy with that. And then now we can start rendering stuff on the screen. So going over here, we are going to open up the the source, the JavaScript, the components. We're going to scroll all the way down to the users. We've got the user API list in here, and you'll see that we've got the add code in here. Now, if we go over back into here, we go into the view itself, we are going to click on the user API list. I've got Sox's head in the way, so I'm going to bring this up. We should have the user API in here. That's what we're going to loop through, and that's what we're going to render on the screen. So at the moment, I'm just going to use a simple table. It should be fine as a table. Later on, we might decide to actually change that into cards. So going in here, what we want to do is we want to have a table class equals form. Oh, I keep forgetting how to, just give me 2 seconds. It's been a while since I've actually had to make a bootstrap table. Table overview. Oh yeah, it's just class table. Don't know why I was thinking it's hard. And then we've got the table head. We'll have a table row. I'm just double checking that we don't need any sort of random classes. No, we don't, but we do if we want to actually have it looking like we do down here. So notice how it's slightly different. If we have a look at that, we have no extra classes on there. All right, sweet. So the table head will have 3 fields in here. So we'll have the token. And we'll have a look at the data very, very quickly that we got from the network. So we'll have the token, we'll have a description, and we'll have an expiry. And then we're going to do some class work on this. Oh, and we'll have deleted. Actually, I won't create a full row for that. Oh. No, why am I doing table below? Sorry, I've made a mistake. Yep, there we go. Sorry. That was a silly mistake. All right, so going back into here, we've got this little delete over there. I'm just going to pop this over like that. Soxel's putting her head right in the way. So if I have a quick look at this particular thing, so it's got its own TD there. All right, cool. That is good. So it's going to be a tiny. All right. So, yeah, cool. Easy done. So we've done that, and then we go T-body, and then this is where we loop through stuff. So we've got the TR. We'll have a V4 equals. Now this will be. Oh god, my memory at the moment is really shot. V4. This will be for each API. Oh, hang on. That's it. So v4 API in. Oh, what am I calling that thing again? Give me 2 seconds. Sorry. User API list. User API key list. Sorry, user API key list. All right, cool. So we've got that, and then we'll have a v key equals. Now this would be API dot. This would be PK for the primary key, and that will be that. That's throwing up an issue. Why are you throwing up an issue? You're meant to be like that, don't you? Yeah. All right, cool. And then we've got 4 TDs. The first one will be the API dot API key. Easy done. Second one will be API dot description, because we want the description showing through. Don't see it on the keyboard. We've then got the API dot expirer. It's expire or expiry. I'm working around a cat at the moment with one arm. Expiry. And then we've got the delete symbol, which we'll key in a little bit. I will have to actually find what we do with the this down here, the user. So that would actually be the user list. And that will be part of. All right. So I just have to remember where I've put this. It'll probably be under modules, submodules, user list. No. Administration. User list, yeah, because it's used in multiple different places. It's not just used in the user section. Ad starts in a minute 20. All right, cool. So if I go down there, we've got that. We've got class span, remove link. That's what we want. It'll be the same code. All right, like that. Like that. And in this sort of case, we want to get rid of API, and then we're just passing through the PK, because we're actually sending the PK to the backend to go, yo, delete this API. Now, I do believe I have kind of set up an endpoint down here. Yeah, delete API key. There's our API key. We'll probably, ooh. No, that's correct. That will work. All right. Just going to paste that in. Easy done. That should work wonders right away. So we're going to have a look at that. Now, I'm just double checking that I've got npm run. Yeah. So if I hit refresh, well, that actually, considering that was an AJAX request after the fact, that actually loaded pretty quickly, and that looks rather nice. So we've got the test. We don't have any expiries on it, mainly because I didn't set any expiries in this sort of case. We'll add one in with an expiry. I want to see what it looks like. Now, we might need to try to think how we can do this. What I want to do is I want to actually have one of these rows a different color. I want to flag it as a danger. And to do that, we flag it at the row level, because I want it on the whole row. And we just go table danger. All right. And we've got ad break. All right, welcome back, where we learn things. Yeah. For those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch. The idea being is to stop the pre-rolled ads. We do this when we are running the ads, and yeah, so no one loses any content and stuff like that. You guys don't get ads, don't worry about it. So yeah, you get to see me. You also get to see Socks, who's down here causing trouble, like always. And yeah. And I hope everyone's going well today. I've realized that YouTube has added badges to people. I'm gonna... Okay. This is new. Alright, I did not know this, but yeah, oh, this is a new feature. People get points. So yeah, alright, that's kind of cool. I didn't realize that. Anyway, 5 seconds left of the ads. So yeah, I'm hoping everyone's going well today. Anyway, welcome back. Let's bump over. I don't know why I changed screens like that. There we go. All right, sweet. Let's get back into it. So we're starting to hook everything up. I want to test with an expiry date. So to do that, I'm just going to cheat. We're just going to go into the back end. We're just going to go now and today, and we're just going to hit save. So that should actually have an expiry date. And then in the front end, if we hit reload, we see an expiry date like this. I want to format that. Now I know we have a library to actually do that for us. I've implemented it somewhere else. I just gotta check where I've done that. Sorry, I just keep dropping my pen. So we're gonna do that. And then what we're also gonna do is we're gonna flag this as a red line if it's close to today's date. So I think 24 hours would be a good number, or a week. Just have a red bar. Or we could do it in tiered sort of stages. So nah, I think just having just that, yeah, within the 24 hours, we'll have that. All right, cool. So in here, what we want to do is, first off, we want to create that date time good. So I'm just going to search for time in here because I know I've got a friendly time, or what was it? No, all right. Nice date, or I'll find it. Not a problem. Under composables, we've got date time. We've got use night date. That's what we want. So we've got use nice date. Just double checking how it's called. Use nice date time. That's what we want, and then we just pass it through like that. That's easy. So going back to here, we can just go use nice date time. Like that. Now we need to import it. That's not going to be a problem. I just hover over this and we just insert it like that. Easy sort of stuff. And what that does is, if we have a look down here, it just imports it. So we've got using nice date time. There it all is. And I'm pretty sure that's all I need. Oh no, I need to put it in the methods. There we go. All right, cool. So going back into here, we are going to hit refresh, and there's our nice date time. Okay, I'm happy with that. All right, so down in the methods, we're going to use get row class, and then we've got expiry. I want to make sure that this is the correct term. expiry. Yep, it is just going to be expiry. Like so. We're going to do something like that. And what I want to do is I'm just going to put a console log in here. Very naughty, I know. But I like to break the rules. We're going to do that. And then we're going to go up here. We're going to go like this. And then we're just going to go, oh, this will be then class equals get row class. And we're just going to pass through the API and then expiry. Like so. Now that's complaining for a reason. Oh, sending back nothing. All right. That's why it's complaining. We're going to send back nothing at the moment. Actually, no. Tell you what, let's make it all table danger. Make sure it works. We're going to hit refresh. We're going to hit refresh again. There we go. All right, so that all works. And if I have a look at the console and I bump that off to the left, we'll see the top one has null. Sorry, my leg. If we go date time null in here, it's going to throw up a problem. We need an escape character in here. However, I'm just wondering if this date time... Copy object. Oops, it needs to be as a string. Oh, I don't know how I got up there, but that's kind of cool that I got up there. Yeah, it's not going to work how we want it to. Oh, wait. No, I've got that wrong. Sorry, that's all wrong. I'm just going to ignore that. New date. All right, so new date will actually set it at the, at the start of time, which is not what we want. New date. Yeah, sorry, I got mucked up with my function calls then. But that one will work perfectly fine. Okay. So, what I want to do... straight off the bat, if expiry equals null or expiry equals that, we are just returning nothing. We're fine with that. All right, so expiry date equals new date, and then we're just going to put in the expiry, and then, oops, sorry, that should be a const. Another const will be the today date equals new date. That's just going to be today. And then what we want to do is if we want a const of difference equals expiry date dot, now this is where I need to go a equals, I'm gonna let a equal that, a equals that, and then a dot get time. Yeah, a equals dot get time. A dot get time minus today date dot get time. Okay, so that will get the difference. So if it's in the future, it will be a positive integer. If it's in the past, it will be a negative integer. So in here, what we want to do is we want to go if the difference is less than or equal Now in this sort of case, if we do 0, it means to pass today's date, but we want to give 24-hour time. Considering in JavaScript, I don't know if it's done by seconds. If the tick's done by or milliseconds. One way to find out: get date. Yeah, all right, it's 1,000, so milliseconds. So 1,000 milliseconds times, so that will be in seconds, times by 60 is minutes, times by 60 is in hours, like that. And then what we want to do, and then in here, the API key has expired or is about to expire. And then otherwise we default it like that. Easy. So we're going to wait a couple of seconds. And there we go. So yeah, now we just got to create the key. And then do the delete the key, and then this is all finished. We've got about 40. I'm actually going a lot longer than I expected. I thought I was going to crash out. So I'm going to do the create key. So in here, we've got the create key where we haven't actually set up the backend to create it. So we're going to do that right now. So I'm just going to move this back to the right. We're going to move over here. We're going to... we're gonna have a little bit of a brain fart as my brain goes, what am I doing? Where am I? So we've got the user API view. Don't ask. We've got the create in here. So that's as simple as what we did over here. So if we actually grab down in your bed. I don't know where I put the thing. Grab this. We're going to be doing something similar to this. But I'm sending stuff to the back end. Oh, we got the expiry date. So I'm just having a quick think. With the expiry date, I'm pretty sure we want to send a date time to the backend, to the server. But I'm not 100% sure if time zones are going to be a problem. Yeah, I'm not sure if time zones are going to be a problem. So for example, I'm in Australia and let's say the server is on UTC time. I'm in AEST time. If I'm like, all right, cool, 90 days from now, and I send it to the backend server, is it going to be like, oh, cool, 90 days, but I'm not going to take your time zone into consideration? I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure at all. Now, what we could do is we could send back these particular values and get the serializer to handle all that. That's pretty easy to do. So in a post request, what we do is we override the field and we say, no, the field's actually going to be in enum. And here's the values. And then we handle it like that. However, I'm kind of like, we can easily do this calculation at the front end. Because if we have a look at the user list API, let's scroll up to this. We've got the values. All I need to do is times that by the 1000 times 60 times 60 times 24. That's all I need to do. And then we create a date time from that, and then we send that back. And if it's never, we don't need to send that information back. I do need to actually tell... Actually, I think serializer will be fine because the never will be in there, and yeah. All right. So let's fix up this. So that's the delete. This is the create. I need to get rid of that. So we've got API expiry and API description. I am going to get rid of this. It's going to be like that. And then we're going to do it like that. So also, I've got to set the default correctly. So give me a couple of seconds. I'm just going to scroll up. Oh, I need the modal. What is a project management system? So a project management system is where you can store projects and tasks, sort of information. You've got Kanban boards and sometimes requests for change stuff in there. The idea being is it helps you manage your own project. So, for example, this is the Kanban board functionality within NearBeach. I've got all of these sort of cards. I can double click on this and I could actually go, all right, cool, this is all done, and so forth like that. This is actually a live board. This is the board that we're using for all new features for NearBeach. So, yeah. Think like Jira. If you ever use Jira, or you've got like Kanban board functional, like Trello and stuff like that. They're all project management systems. Are you wanting to get down again? Yes. There we go. All right, so what am I doing? I am going back over here. I'm making sure I'm on that. Yep, I definitely don't want to be on production there. So I want to go down here, expiry options. And expiry model. I've done a typo. I've got API expiry model and API description. You know what? Let's oh, sorry, that's there. That's correct. Yeah. Essentially, they're there to help you manage your own project. All right. So going back into here, we've got this, we've got that. So if this.api expiry model does not equal never, and I've got to double check that. Oh yeah, it's all lowercase. It doesn't equal never. And this.api expiry model is not null. And this.api expiry model does not equal an empty string. We're just running a bunch of checks in there. Oops, sorry, that's a bit of .NET sort of usage. So if it passes those, then we're going to set it. So in here, we should actually have, so we're going to have const of the API expiry date equals expiry seconds equals, I'm just thinking if that's the correct, what we want to call it. And then up here, we've got values. I'm gonna, and then down here, we're gonna have, so 1,000 times 60 times 60 times 24 times pass int. We're doing this just in case, this.api expiry model. So API expiry seconds, yep, that's perfectly fine. And then const API expiry date equals, oh, how am I gonna do this? I'm also gonna need const today date equals new date. And then it's gonna be new date. And then in here, we're gonna go today date dot get date plus API expiry seconds. I think that's just a cheat. I'm going to double check. To see if we can add 10 seconds to a date in JavaScript. T equals new date, set seconds, or actually, no, we need to handle wraparound cases. Oh, all right. If it handles wraparound cases, then that is fine. So if we in here, let's test this out. Let's bump this to the left. Let's go console. Let's just delete everything. Let's go a equals new date. So that will be for today. There's the date. And then if we go delta equals, let's go 1,000 times 60 times 60 times 24. Actually, we won't need the 1,000 because if this is doing it in seconds, that's how many seconds in a day. Yeah, you got Kanban, Taja, open project, yeah. So they're all used to help you manage your projects. So for example, if you're building a game and stuff like that, you'll have a team, everyone will have tasks assigned to them. There'll be projects being like, all right, cool, we need to implement the rendering, let's say Vulkan rendering. There'll be another like a project being like implementation of the physics engine and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I don't do much. I don't build games, so I'm just making a lot of that up, but as an example. All right, so if we go a dot set, this is set second. Oh yeah, set seconds, and then we go a dot get seconds plus the delta we muck up everything because that's meant to be a function. So I'm gonna be like, let's just do that. There it is there. So then A originally was Monday, July the 21st is now Monday, July the 22nd at pretty much the same date time as above, but oh yeah, because I had to reset it. Yeah, all right, cool. That's going to be probably a better way of doing that. And we've got an ad coming in 5 minutes. So in here, I'm probably just going to go const expiry date equals new date. Easy done. Actually, I'll call it API expiry date. We're going to get rid of this one. We will get rid of this one. We're going to paste that in that order. And then that is actually going to be a let, not a const, because we're actually modifying it. And then what we want to do is API expiry date dot set seconds. And oh, hang on. Oh yeah. We can do this at hours. Which would be a cleaner sort of code there. Oh yeah, JetBrains has, Utrack's a bug management system. We do use Utrack here for handling all of our sort of bugs. I think you're thinking of Team City. I think is there. Oh no, that's CICD. Don't worry. No, it's not Team City. Oh no, they're saying Utrack is their project management. Oh, okay. We just use it as a bug sort of thing before we build our own. So yeah. Bachi, how are you going? I do apologize if I've pronounced your name wrong. All right, so we've got the API that, so now we've got API expiry date dot get hours, and then we're going to plus the API expiry hours, and that will hopefully work. Fingers crossed. We will test this out. Doing good. What happened to my arm? It's a long story. A couple of years ago, 3 years ago, got hit by a car. AC joint separated. Had a hook plate in there. Hook plate got taken out. AC joint separated again. And this is to repair that. So yeah, this is a good surgery. This is getting it repaired finally. So. All right. So we've got that. Now all we need to do. I think I can keep it in the JavaScript date format, so I'm just going to try that. I think that's fine. Then we get rid of that, so I will handle the expiry date if required. And there we go. Then we set it up, and then we get rid of that, and then we just post everything to the back end, and then we append the data that comes back. I will be fine. Thank you very much. So yeah, it's a good surgery. It went really well. Yeah. Okay. I know there's going to be an ad break very, very soon. I think that should be it. We're going to test this out. We also need to handle the backend. So we'll go to this. That will be fine. That's just in the description. It gets changed. Oh no. Okay. Sorry, I've just realized I've screwed up. So I'm telling people that it'll end on these particular days and stuff like that, and they just got to type in 30 days and stuff like that. I've got to rewrite that. All right, so I'll jump into dev. Okay, so with a project management system, usually there's different sort of stages. The first sort of stage is gathering user requirements. We just call them requirements, NearBeach, and essentially it's a helicopter view of what the user wants. You would also then sort of break them down into smaller little requirements. So a good example would be user wants a website for X reason. And then the requirement items will break down different user stories. So for example, a user wants users to be able to log in to access certain information. Another story would be users would search the site for, let's say, blogs or something like that, and so forth like that. So you build up all these requirements, then you would usually do a quote. Once you've done your quote and stuff like that, you'll move on to the project side. So you'll set up projects. And they're usually more sort of a higher level type of thing. A project can be simple, it can be one specific thing, or it can encompass a multitude of tasks. So you'll set up a project, and then you'll also set up tasks, which you, in NearBeach's case, you can actually connect it back to those requirement items, so other people can track those particular tasks. And then when you're ready for deployment, you've got what's called a request for change. Not many people go through requests for changes now, especially considering there's a lot of CI/CD, which does a lot of testing and stuff like that. However, for places that do go through requests for changes, we've built in a request for change system into NearBeach, in which case you could sort of outline how you're going to update, what's the backup process if anything goes wrong, what sort of steps are you taking, who's responsible for what, and what time will the system be down. So, yeah. It can be. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Oops, I went to the wrong user. I want to just go into admin. There we go. They're the ones with the dates in that. That's okay, yeah. All right, so what was, I need to create. So what we're going to do is we're going to update this documentation here. We're going to just have in here expiry date, the date time for when the API key will expire. I'll need to put in the format later. Do not include if the key will not expire. All right, cool, like that. I just need to update the documentation for this. Yeah, that's it. That's all I needed to do. That way, the front end is going to be pretty simple, but if you're going to use the API, sure, you can set a specific time and date and stuff like that. I'm not going to hard code it to you can only pick 30 days. There'll be many cases where you want a 24-hour key or something like that, or even an hour key. So yeah. All right. That's done. So now we need the create. Now we need to go the serializer. And this is because it's been a couple of weeks since I've done this. I'm just... Serializer equals the user API serializer. And then we go request.data, and then we go context equals request, and then request needs to pass through. And then if serializer dot, if not serializer dot valid, validated data? I'm gonna have to double check this. Give me a couple of seconds. We're going to jump into the views. We've got the, I just open up this one. I'll just shove this one over here. Oh, that's the wrong view. Sorry, I need the API. Oh, is valid. It's a question. We want to return a response where the the serializer, sorry, I'm going to specify this, data equals serializer dot errors. and the status will equal the status.http 400 bad request, because it is a bad request. Now, originally we've got the save, which goes into the serializer and we'll handle it there. And I think in this sort of case, we've got the description, we've got the expiry date. I think we just need to save it. I don't think we need to hijack anything. We just need to go serializer equals user API serializer. I'm mucking that up. Sorry. Created serializer equals the serializer.save. We do need to pass it through the change user equals the request.user. Did you study development or did you learn by yourself? So I actually studied mathematics. We did learn C, MATLAB, and Maple in mathematics. From there, every other language that I've learned by myself. So yeah, it's pretty easy to get into programming. I'll tell you a little secret. So if you ever wanted to, let's just open up Google. Let's open up this. So you would want to go to your web development tools to open up this. I'm just going to delete all of this. And what you can actually do is you can start programming in here. You can also do fun stuff like document.getElement by ID. Let's see if that has an ID, and let's see if they actually let me actually hijack it. Okay. So what I've done here is this variable is connected to the search bar, and what I can do is will it be? It won't be that. Sorry, I'm just having a little bit of a trying to remind myself how to actually insert data into a text area. It's been a little while because I never really do it in pure JavaScript. No, all right, hang on. Could do that. Hang on. Text area insert via JavaScript. But yeah, you can program into that like that. Pretty easy. Text area value. Dot value. Manipulates dot value. Oh yeah, yeah. Dot value. All right, cool. It's not doing it. All right. That's fine. But yeah, you can play around with programming like that. You've also got other sort of tools. So you've now got .NET in browser, which you would go to .NET Runnable, where, oops, that's over there. I'm just going to bump that over. Right, so yeah, you can play around with something more complicated like that, or you got Python in browser. No, that's not it. There is actually a tool. There we go. Where you can play around with some of these languages nowadays in your browser, so you don't need to worry about setting it up. Yeah, my recommendation is probably play around with, see what JavaScript can do, because you can manipulate a lot of web pages just using plain JavaScript, so you can see what actually happens straight away. And then probably jump into other languages like Python, .NET, whatever. Remember, .NET's a little bit harder because you're essentially having to learn types and so forth like that. So, but yeah, it's up to you. And yeah, everything's to Google away. So if you don't feel ashamed if you don't know something, just Google it. There's times where I mix things up between languages, and sometimes I just have to Google it. So yeah. So this is not created serializer. This is created API key. And then we've got to serialize it back. Equals the user API serializer. We want the created API key many equals false. We want then the data to be the serializer dot data, easy done. And then we've got the 401 created. I don't know if this will work. I have a feeling it's not going to send back the what I need. Oh, also, I do need to do one thing in here. Context equals the request, because we are actually going to use that data. The frontend said JavaScript should be the first language to learn. Do you agree? It's the easiest one to sort of get up and running, because you just open up your web browser and you've got JavaScript right there. So, yeah, it can be the first one you learn. It's up to you what language you want to learn. So, I got told what to learn. You have that choice. So, yeah. Actually, no, that's a lie. Back when I was 10, I had a Casio programmable calculator from like the 80s or something like that. What did it look like over there? All right, cool. Oh, there it is. Had one of these growing up as a kid. So I learnt BASIC first. So yeah, but I didn't really have a choice. I just was like, oh cool, programmable calculator. I had a book, I had the calculator, and I programmed it, and I loved it. So man. Some people in high school did like the, what was it? The T83 plus calculator and stuff like that. Some people I know in high school were programming these. So yeah. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I had interest in computers when I was a kid. So I knew I would always sort of go towards it. I went towards mathematics, which there is still a lot of computer stuff in mathematics and stuff like that, and became a data scientist for a little bit. And then I sort of migrated slowly over into web development. Yes? It's an ox. Why are you meowing? Track, my cat's meowing. Alright. So we're passing through the context and all that kind of stuff. So that should be fine. It'll be interesting to see what data I get back. I kind of want the API key in its completion back. If it doesn't work, we'll figure it out. So I am going back over here. I'm just going to hit refresh. I always loved video games, but that was it for me. Hated math while now 31 years old. I'm trying to learn web dev to learn something new. Oh, fair enough. Web dev is very easy to get into. I would recommend FreeCodeCamp as an extra tool to help. I'll also do that on YouTube for you guys. Now, when you're in here, you don't need to sign in. I just click menu and curriculum. You just jump in. So yeah, you've got a bunch of sort of stuff you can learn in here, like responsive web design, JavaScript algorithms, data structure, front-end development libraries, which will be, yeah, we learned today that React is a library. Data visualize, okay, that's D3. If you ever wanted to get into D3. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, how are you enjoying CSS? See, I didn't enjoy it for a little while, and the reason being I just couldn't wrap my head around it and stuff like that. It wasn't until two things happened. One, I tried Tailwind, and it was sort of an intermediate step in between full-blown CSS. And the second thing is I tried Sass. So Tailwind I felt was in between those two, and everything just suddenly clicked, and I was like, all right, cool, I can now do CSS and stuff like that. I can't design. You can tell that by NearBeach's design. I can't design. So yeah. All right, where was I was doing this. I was going to hit refresh. We're going to test out the generate key. We're going to add in test from front, and we will fix this aspiry bug. Ooh, we got a network error. Not a problem. Things never work the first time. We've got cannot call is valid. Data equals keyword argument passed when instance serialized. All right, have I done something wrong in here? I have done something wrong in here. I need to do that. Okay, no problem. We program in the bugs purposely. So for now, CSS seems complex. So many different possibilities. Haven't tried everything like Tailwind yet. I need to do a project for me instead of staying on the tutorial. Fair enough. My other recommendation is just build something small. It doesn't need to be big. It can be something that takes an hour. For example, you might go, all right, cool. I just want to build a single page and just center a div in the middle of the page and pretend it's a login screen. All right, that don't have a backend or anything like that. I would, yeah, kind of like a blog page. But something very, very small. It could be a single component of a blog page. Then just build something more, something else. You might go, you know what, today I'm going to try a to-do app, and then tomorrow I'm going to do more sort of sections. Like, for example, you might create a hero. For example, you might go, oh, I want to create a hero today. And then you might go, you know what, I want to do something like this. And then something like this, and so forth like that. And just, yeah, try building up stuff, small sections by small sections. And my other recommendation is after X amount of time, like a short amount of time, it might be a week or 2 weeks, go back to your first project, have a look at it. And you'll sort of be like, you know what, I can do this better and do it better. The reason why I always recommend that to people is when I climbed Mount Fuji, you usually just look up the hill. You really don't look back for a while. And the thing is, as you're sort of learning, you sort of feel like you're not progressing far and stuff like that. And the reason being is you sort of have to look back and be like, you know what, I have progressed far. Socks, what are you meowing at? Are you just having input into this conversation? Sorry, if you can hear my cat meow, she's just meowing randomly. Oops, there goes Sweetie. I think she wants up on the desk. Yeah. So yeah, always look back and see how far you've come. There's a lot of code in NearBeach that reminds me of that fact, all right? I deleted 95% of the code back in August 2020. I should have deleted 100% of it. And yeah, at that stage, I was like, I know a little bit about Vue. I'm going to use Vue. I know enough to run with it. And since then, I've learned a lot more. And I've had people join chat and be like, oh, why are you using this instead of this? And I'm like, I'd never heard of that. And I start reading the documentation. I'm like, all right, cool. I got to use that bit over that sort of process. And every now and then I come back to the old code in there and I'm like, oh, got to update this. So, yeah. Yeah. So I am using Django as a framework. So a lot of the sort of stuff is handled through libraries and so forth like that. For example, the Django REST framework for the API, the Django REST Nox for more security options around the API handling. The front end, I use VueJS. And yeah, I do build all the little components and stuff like that. And Project Black, hello, how are you going? Welcome, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. All right, so going back into here, that should have fixed that. I didn't actually retest it, so we're just going to go back in here. I don't know why I'm reloading the page, I just did. We're going to say never, we're going to say front end test. And we get a 400 PK. This field is required. All right, so what we need to do is we need to go into the serializer now and go, hey serializer, I think you're a bit crazy. And just say read only field. That's it. So I'm just hitting refresh, so it tells us when it comes back. We're going to hit create key or front end test. We're going to ignore that one for the moment. We're going to hit never. We've got a 500. So got type error when calling extends auth objects create. This may be because you have a writable field on a serializer class that is not valid. Oh, all right. Oh, ah. That hurt. All right, so I'm going to put a breakpoint in here. I'm just going to put it right there, and I am going to try that again. From the vibe pandemic, yeah. Oh, cheers. Well, I did start streaming when back in 2020, end of 2020. So yeah. Hopefully you're going well, Project Black. All right, so I'm just going to move this forward. Okay, so it passes that's fine. I'm thinking it doesn't pass this one. Yeah, it doesn't. All right, not a problem. I am just going to go to that one. All right, it probably fails in there for a reason. Okay. What I'm going to do... I think this is going to be a problem anyway. Create an API key. What we're going to do is we're going to go sends auth token dot. Hang on, how did we do it over here? Objects.create. And I think we're just passing. I'm going to do this manually first, and then we're going to. Hang on. Actually, no, I should read the error first. Okay, cool. Got a type error when calling extends auth token objects.create. This may be because you have a writable field on the serializer class that's not a valid argument to extends. All right. Yes, I do. I'm gonna get rid of that. I know I do this somewhere else, so we need to go into the serializer and override this, and then we got to pop that field out. It's pretty easy to do. I'm trying to remember where we do it. Change star save, update. We do it in the API somewhere. So I need to go into the serializers. So we've got the create and validated data. Oh, really? We have a add that soon? Goddamn Twitch. We just had an ad not that long ago, and now it's saying we've got an ad in 5 minutes. All right, not a problem. So in here, we've got the def create, and I'll just look at the time. I've got to wrap up streaming soon. Man, that nap helped much. What we've got to do is I'm going to validated data.pop. I think we've got to pop that key. I'm going to put a breakpoint here. I don't remember if that is correct. We'll find out in a minute. Just gonna hit refresh to make sure that we're back. Yep, all right, cool. Front end example. We're gonna go never. We're gonna create that API key. So we've got this serializer, which we're fine with. I'm gonna get rid of that so your little head's in the way. All right, so we're down here. We're with the validated data. We do have change user. We do have description. All right, we're gonna go forward. Oh, we broke out because of something different then. Yeah, there's no API key. All right, going back in with my code. I'm just gonna do something like that. And I'm just gonna do that. And I'm just gonna hit refresh. I'm just gonna hit create. We'll get this working first. Expiry, date time has wrong format. Use one of these formats instead. Ooh, all right. So what we need to do is we need to check if there's date time in there. So, if every week this happens, Python check if value in array. It's like, we're not. No, that's not what we want. All right, give me a couple of seconds. I'm just going to a serializer. Sorry, long day. I'm slowing down. I do apologize. I think project serializer, we do something with the create. There it is. So we pop out the group list, validate the data, pop out that. So do we check? That's how we do the creation. And then we okay, yep, I've mucked this up. I've memorized this wrong. Okay, not a problem. So what we want to do is we want to create a sends auth token equals extends auth tokens dot objects dot create, and then we just pass through the validated data, and then we just return the extends auth token like that. I'm going to double check to see if that works. Going to hit refresh, going to hit create token. I'm just going to hit create. Boom, we have an issue. Date time in the wrong format. Choose one of the formats. Year, month, request description is nothing. Expiry is nothing. I'm going to just check one thing. So I'm just reloading just to make sure that comes back. Cool, I'm gonna hit that. Yeah. All right, so I know that's. Daytime has the wrong format. All right. Oh, we've reached another ad break. All right, cool. Hopefully everyone's going well. It's getting very, very late. I am going to jump onto here and I am just going to go Django REST Nox expiry date. We want empty. I'm just quickly looking up. Settings, Django REST framework, Nox, and then we've got expiry, date format. Alright, that's fine. It is possible to do this. 8 seconds left. Alright. Cool. And welcome back, everyone. Alright, cool. So we've got the settings in the Nox handled in a similar way to the REST framework settings. All settings namespace in the Nox setting. All right, cool. Yep. Now we've got the format, which we're happy with the format. We're not going to change that format. But I was having a look at the expiry in here. Auto refresh. This defines if the token expiry is sent by token teller each time the token is used. We're gonna go no. Expiry take time, min refresh. All right. Cool. I thought there was a setting where we could be like, no, don't. Sorry, leg. I thought there was a setting where token TTL, that's it. Token. This is how long a token can exist before it expires. Expired tokens are automatically removed from the system. The setting should be an instance of date time delta. The default is 10 hours. Set token TTL to none will create tokens that never expire. So yeah, we need to set it to none. Warning at 0 or negative. All right, cool. We are doing that there. And if we go to our front end, it's expiry. Yeah, all right. I'm just wondering if we need to... Because yeah, that is expiry. EXPIRY. Yep, I'm getting that correct. And then it hits here, and then it has a problem with the validated data. And I know this could be just a simple returns like that. That's not going to be a problem. All right, so I'm going to put a little thing there. And I'm just double checking the expiry. Yeah. Hang on. This might be one of those things. Allow null. True. So, don't know if this is going to work. We're just going to try it again. Cool. We're going to generate the thing. We're going to hit that. Nah. Date time has the wrong format, but we didn't hit that. Oh. All right. I'm going to hit that. Oh, we're hitting the serializer problem. All right, no, all right, I'm going crazy. Okay, this is where I do JavaScript, date, time, format, that. Oh. I thought I copied that. Copy value. Okay, going in here, convert the date to ISO string, will return. All right, cool. Now I think I have something that will do this for us. So yeah, let's we've got use nice date, which we've got the input date and stuff like that. That won't be it. That just returns a nice date. So if we go down to the source, we've got the composables. We've got nice use nice date int from int. All right, this might work. So I'm just going to copy that, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here. No, wrong one. We're going to go into here. We are not going to do this anymore. So we've got this will be a const now, API expiry date equals, and we use the nice date format, and then API expiry hours dot get hours plus API expiry hours. Oh wait, that's getting the new date time. Oh, all right, we're going to do this as a test first. All right, this ain't going to work, but that's not a problem. I just want to see if this gets out the correct format. So that should have saved. That should update any second now. And we are going to go over here. We're going to quickly jump over here. We're going to refresh everything. We're going to generate the API key. We've got 30 days. Did I click the generate? No, I didn't. Oh, there's a problem. Yes, you're right. That is not a function. Because I should have done this. Yeah, I had the wrong thing in there. Silly mistake. Alright, so refresh that. I'm going to generate the key. Boom, we got more problems. API expiry date. Can't access the... yes, alright. Alright, use nice date time from int. Now, I'm just going to copy that and paste it in because I know I've done a mistake somewhere. Definitely, 100% done a mistake. Let's not lie. Oops, did another mistake. Let's put this down here. So we do have this imported into here. We're all happy with this. So... that should actually be copied. That should then be pasted up here because it should be up there like that because we shouldn't actually have it at the end. Yep, and then we should import it to up here. Yep, sweet. So this should have rendered by now. We're just going to hit refresh. Ooh. All right, that was just a once off. Now with the network, we've got a 400 expiry, date time not used in the right format, but nowadays we can just go over here. Yeah, it's going to put it into that. We don't want that. So what we're doing is not working, but that's not going to be a problem. What we want to do is we want to go back into here. We want to sort of undo what we did. All right, that's what we had. So we got the API date. We then set the date, and then we just want to format to local string. And if we have a look into here, let's go use nice date time. Oh, all right. We're using Luxon here. I mean, I can create a little date time thing, but I won't. I won't create another composable for this. Yeah, not worth it. If we're going to do this in multiple different spots, it will be an idea to actually be like, all right, cool, it's going to call the API. We're going to need to actually have a date time in a particular format. We'll have a use ISO date time from int, for example, or a use ISO date time as a plain one. So we're not going to worry about Luxon. We won't need to import it in. It is just going to be a simple string. There was that JavaScript thing in here that was, all right, it wasn't that one. It was just this one, to ISO string. We'll return UTC time and stuff like that. So I'm just going to key that one in. I think it's just that, really. In reality, it should be just that. So we're just going to have to wait for it to compile. I think it should have compiled by now. I'm just going to hit refresh. Everything should load up. And then we've hit this breakpoint. So I'm just going to hit play. What I'm going to do is I'm going to comment out that one line. I'm going to get rid of the breakpoint. We are going to go back over here. We got a 500 response, and the response was like missing one requirement, positional requirement, user. All right, easy. We should be passing that through easily. So what I want to do is I want to go, thank you socks. I want to go up here, and we've got the change user, which will be the request.user, and then we'll have the user, and I'm going to go user ID equals the quags, and it should be username. Like so. And the reason being is this will be an ID, hence I'm using user ID. Don't know if that will work. I am hoping it works. I'm just going to do a refresh, waiting for everything to sort of catch up. I'm going to create that API. I'm just going to hit play. We've got a 500 to create missing one argument user. All right. So what I want to do is I want to go and do that. I don't think this will work. Okay, going down here, we're going to create the API key, and we're just going to hit create. Yeah, 500. Unsupported operands for datetime.datetime.datetime and datetime. What? Unsupported types for datetime, and datetime. What? It mustn't like the ISO datetime stuff. I mean, that sends it through like that. That should work. Give me a couple of seconds. Let's have a look at the serializer. That's the view set, not the serializer. Where is my serializer? Over there. So there's our create. I'm just going to hit a breakpoint there. I'm going to have a look at this expiry datetime field. This is complaining that unsupported operands types for datetime, unsupported. I don't know if it's because I put this in like this. I'm going to comment that out to try and get this not as convoluted. So we've hit the breakpoint here. With the validated data, we've got 4 objects in there. We've got the description, which is empty. We've got the expiry, which is the date time, which is what we need. We've got a user, which is a number. We've got the change user, which is actually a change user. So I'm just going to hit play. Unsupported operand types for plus datetime, and datetime. And hi, Julian K120. It's a long story. A couple of years ago, about 3 years ago, a bit more than 3 years ago, I got hit by a car and my AC joint got separated. I had a hook plate in there for a while, had it taken out, and then over time the AC joint separated again. This is just to repair it, and hopefully this repairs it for good. So it went well. So yeah, thank you very much for asking. It's a good surgery. So yeah, it's repairing stuff. Okay, so going down here, we've got the create. Yeah, we hit this. I might be thinking the expiry is wrong. Did I read the document wrong? All right, not a problem. Let's actually read. All right. Yeah, thank you very much. Gotta add a time delta. I'm starting to think you're correct. I think I got the... I thought I had to send a date time back. And now that I'm thinking about it, it might just be I needed just to send the number 10. So what I'm going to do is in the front end, I'm going to comment out this line. I'm going, oops, I pressed the wrong O. I'm going to go data to send dot append expiry, and I'm just going to put 10. Now I'm going to assume that's 10 hours. I'm going to see if that works. So that should take not that long to recompile. We're going to jump over here. We are going to go over here. We're just going to go refresh. And then we're just going to create that one. And now we've got a 400. Datetime has wrong format. Use one of the... see, it's just... What the... Ah! All right. I'm going to change something. I'm not going to do expiry. And this is where we're going to go into hard coding a few things and going crazy. So, what we wanted to do, validate data.pop, if it exists. No, we're not sending the data back, so it won't exist. I'm just going to go... Actually, no. Validated data. What am I doing? Expiry. equals, let's say 20. And I think this will work. Hopefully this will work. So I'm just going to do a refresh. We're waiting for the server to come back. We're going to generate an API key. We're going to hit generate. We have hit this. All right, I'm going to step over. It didn't work. Oh wait, yeah, no, you're right. Sorry, I had a brain fart then. I'm not meant to put in, it's a Python date time delta. Date time now to do time delta. I'm going to go back to the serializers. Before I do anything, import date time. So yes, I think you're right. I just did something silly. We are going to go into here. I'm going to create API. I'm going to do that. I don't care about the breakpoint. I'm just heading. Ah, damn it. Cannot assign one extends auth.user must be a user instance. All right, cool. Considering we got a different error, I think you were on the money there, and thank you very much, Julian. So we've got to do the user now. So validated data, and then we're going to do user equals. All right, we actually want to pop this out first. So user ID will equal validated data dot pop user. Easy done. That should exist in there. Modify the validated data, and then validated data will equal user. I need to import this. So going up to here, user. And then we're going to go down here. .objects .get, and then user ID equals user ID. Get rid of that. Bang that out like that. I'm going to actually get rid of that breakpoint because it's annoying me. Yeah, different error now. I kind of knew I would have this user error. I was expecting it. Anyway, we're going to hit refresh until we get this down like this. We are not getting everything in. That's because it's still compiling everything. We get that error every now and then we hit this, and then we hit boom, and then ooh. Cannot resolve keyword user ID into the field. Choices are. Huh? All right. Oh, I think I know what I've done wrong. All right, I've forgotten the table. Just give me 2 seconds. Django import user table. It is something very, very silly and stupid. Django DB contrib. Auth import, and then it'll be auth.models. All right, there we go. I think I just got the wrong table. Are you typing all right with the brace? Yes. So I jokingly said at work that I'm typing with T-Rex arms. Show you why. We've got a cat in the way, but yeah, I've got it right up against the desk, and I'm just doing this. And because I've got a standing desk, it stands at the perfect height, which I can adjust and stuff like that. So yeah, this is actually quite doable. Because I also got a send desk that raises up and down, when I sit down, I can also raise it up to a certain level and actually do it like that. Yes, you do have to look past my cat's head to see what I'm doing, but now you know what I feel like when I'm trying to see past my cat's head to actually look at my code. So, yeah. And it's the T-Rex arms because the arms are really, really short. You know, you're like, ah. So yes, this is Socks. Thank you. Yeah, I've had her for a bit over 10 years now. So yeah, she's 11 and a half. And she likes to cause trouble. So you'll probably see her jump up and try and hit the webcam in any minute now. All right, so if I create the API, still getting that. So cannot resolve. Choices are. Why is request for change lead like that? Is it username? It's username. All right. I have a terrible memory, so I always forget these little tiny things. That's why we test. All right. User matching query does not exist. Huh? All right. I'm definitely putting a breakpoint here now. All right. Maybe, oops, wrong one. Oh yeah, I have the breakpoint in. All right, so we've got the user ID is 1. And that's a string. Not sure if you asked before, have you set up tests? I'm working on a project now and I'm thinking it's finally the one where I'm going to take testing seriously. Yes, I have. So I have a couple of, I mainly do mostly unit tests. However, I do have end-to-end tests set up for the VueJS. So I've got unit tests for both VueJS and Python, or Django, I should say. I tend not to do test-driven development just because I don't know all the nitty-gritty of where I'm going to end up. So I don't want to write a couple of tests, have to scrap them, do some more developing, write some more tests that, you know, sort of fix up where I'm going to go, and constantly do that loop over and over again. I rather get the development done and then write the unit tests. And usually when I write the unit tests, I find issues and I fix them pretty quickly. So yeah. All right, so that's a string. Oops. Yeah, all right. Oh, careful, Socks. Yeah, be careful. I'm just going to do a test in here. We're just going to go user objects.filter. User name equals user ID. I mean, that should just work. We are going to put the breakpoint down here for this. And we're just going to hit refresh. Yeah, so as we sort of wrap up 031 branch, we are going to start focusing on, well, we're going to start planning out the unit tests that we want to create in 0.32. A lot of what we're doing, it will sort of what I'm trying to say. So a lot of the views we're actually changing. We're actually pulling out quite a lot of the calls in it because we're moving a lot of those calls to the API, which we think will be a lot better place to put them. So we're also hoping to rip out a lot of the tests and also rewrite quite a lot of the tests for the API. So yeah, we're also hoping with 0.32, we did discuss this. Expected timeframes for the plans. Definition of done. We want 75% of code coverage for both the backend and the front end unit tests. So yeah. Which will be quite hard. All right, I am going to refresh this. We're going to hit the generate key. We've hit this, and the query set is 0. Why? All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to jump over into this one. We are going to do that. We are going to go user.objects.filter. PK equals 1. All right, I've just got the wrong field. That's all. So we are going to change that to PK. That should be done. We're just going to refresh this. We're generating the API key. Oh, piss. What now? Drupal has no attribute API key. All right. Yes. I'm going to put a breakpoint here. I actually want to look at this. So what we're doing is we're sending back something. However, this is where I want to take over this. So we'll get the... I think I know what's happening here. But before I say what's happening, I want to double check that it's happening. All right, so we've reached that. Yes. All right, cool. So we've got a Drupal here. We've got the ID, the PK key up here. Sorry, I'm just... Let me... We've got PK field up there, which we've got to get, and then we've got the API key. So then we need to sort of get this out, and this is where I'm going to jump over here. I'm just going to do this until we get something like that. So we've got an A. So we've got A. We go 0. We've got that. I don't know how to get into that ID key. Ah, whoops. Okay, so what's it's sending back is this thing, and I'm just wondering if I could go extends auth token.objects.filter, and let's just go pk equals a0. I don't think this will work. Oh my god, did it work? No. Something like that never works for me. Yeah, I thought so. Oh wait, no, it'll be not filter. We want to get. All right, so the filter will actually be a query set. This is actually just a one thing. So if we go B, now it's just a one thing. If we go B token. All right. All right, I know what to do. So we've got the extended auth token, which we just created. So I'm just going to do, say, token. Create a token. Easy done. So in our next line, I'm going to go create the token. Fetch the object, because the thing is, it's not an object which we want it in. So we're going to fetch the object. What we're going to do is we're going to go extend auth token equals the extends auth token dot objects dot get. Oh no, I can't. Yeah, I wonder why it sends back a truthful. Oh, I can't do that. Truthful. Not a problem. We're just going to write pk equals created token. And then we're going to go extend auth token. And I think we just do something like this. We go API key, and then that's going to be created token. And that's going to be a 1. And I think that's how we're going to do it. No new line at the end of that. There we go, buddy. You got your little new line. All right, sweet. We're just going to hit refresh. We're going to we're starting to generate new stuff. I'm going to create this. Yeah, we've got an error now. Let's do that. All right, that was weird. So with the created token, it sends back a truthful. So the first one will be, sorry, I've just bent my leg. The first one will be the PK. So the primary key, and the second one is actually what we want to send to the user. All right. It didn't like that one line. Ah, you know why? Because I forgot to say, get the first one. That's a silly mistake. Okay, we now just need to wait. Generate the API. What now? Going to put another thing there. I'm just going to hit that. So we create the token. We filter for the token. So we actually get the one token we need. And then it complains at that other line. All right, not a problem. Oh, I don't think I can annotate. All right, give me Django query set add field. Oh, it's not a query set. Yeah, it's an ORM object. Yeah, they're going to say use annotate. We can't because we're not using a query set, we're using get. Yeah. So if I get rid of that and I put, this is the problem line, this one line here. But if I do something silly like that. All right, socks your head's in the way. Oh, that. Oh, okay, cool. I just did this silly thing. All right, cool. So that should now have the API key in there. Cool. Yep, that's what we want. And then if I hit play, hopefully it sends it back. And the primary key and API key is there, and then the user will be able to copy that. So that is good. And then when they refresh the page, it'll all do its thing. So the next thing we want to do is we want to go into the serializers. Oops. Expires in serializers dot integer field required. Nah, not required. Cool. So we'll have expires in. Now we'll need to actually remove this in, so we'll have a get field self, and then I think we need the fields. No, we have something like, let me have a look at how I set it up. Get fields, oh yeah, fields dot equals the super dot get fields. Yep, cool. Check to see if request exists in context, and then what we do, if request not in self.context, we just return the fields because there's nothing for us to do. Easy done, we're happy with that. What we need to do after this is this is only when we create. So add expires in field when creating. So we're just going to have if self.context request.method equals post. We're going to go fields dot sorry, not dot, expires in equals serializers dot integer field, like so. Then I don't need that. This is optional. And when we go to create stuff, we've got expires in equals, and this will be number of days. And then we've got validated data dot pop expires in, otherwise none. And then if expires in not none, all right, cool. Actually, I'm just gonna put that one up there because that one's easy to put up there. So what's going to happen is with the expires in, it pulls that out of the validated data and puts it into here. The default will be none. So if it doesn't exist, it'll be none. What we do is expires in and then does all of this stuff, and then it'll put it in a number of days ahead. So if we go to the front end, we want to go to the user API stuff. So in here, we've got all of this. We don't need to do a lot of this now. We've simplified the code down here. So what this is going to be, data to send a dot append expires in, and then we just put in this.api expiry model, which is already in like 30 days and so forth like that. Now we do need to actually edit the API. So we've got this expires in. You know what? Integer for how many days until the key expires. Leave blank if key, leave blank for keys that you do not want to expire. Right, cool. So we've done that. I'm happy with all of that. Let's hopefully get this tested and working. This should, yeah, hopefully work. Fingers crossed. It is late. This is probably the latest I've run it in a while. I am running on fumes. None type has no attribute items. I am now scared. And hitting a wall very quickly. All right, so I'm just gonna hit stop and refresh. We're going to hit refresh. We've got a 500 error. None type object has no attribute items. In the user API view set. Okay, I'm going to have a look at what I've done. So under the serializer, we've got the get fields. I'm just going to put a breakpoint there. And I'm just going to resend this. So we're here. That's it. We're going to return the fields. That's it. Now I just got to wait for everything to come back. Sweet. We're going to create API key. We're just going to say it's 30 days. We've got a 500 error. Got attribute when attempting to get the value. Expires in on serializer. Oh. All right, I am just going to copy that. I'm going to paste that. Just in case I made a mistake. I'm going to put another breakpoint here. And I'm going to hit that button again. We've hit this. So I'm going to have a look at the fields. Got a bunch of fields in there. We do have expiry. And we do have a integer field. All right, I'm gonna hit play. I'm gonna hit play again. I'm gonna do that. I don't know why the second play. Because we're doing the context. Yeah, we're doing the context in here. I know the problem. Socks, be nice. I know the problem. So what's actually happening is when we create this, go up to the create. So we create it, and then we reserialize it. We actually do pass through the context. And we do keep that. Socks, no, don't you dare start a fight. It's fine. No. All right, so that's the problem. then we serialize it there. I just want to check one thing. All right, Socks, will you behave? Behave. Yeah, no, you're trying to go behind the curtain. Sorry, there's another cat in the room, and she doesn't like him sometimes. All right, we're gonna put a breakpoint there. We're just gonna resend this one. So we do hit this, and I think this is where it breaks down because we're sending in this request, but we don't have data. Like, it's expecting... Yeah, data, and get attribute. All right, get attribute. I'm gonna view that. Got attribute error when attempting to get a value for expires in on the serializer field might be named incorrectly and not match any attribute. Yeah. All right. And extends. And if we actually have a look at the create API key. I mean, we can attach the expires into it. That actually might be an idea. Hopefully that will work. Hey, buddy. I was meant to do that. And there we go. All right, cool. So yeah, that was it. We just needed to feed back that information. It doesn't matter. It won't actually hit the front end or anything like that. So we've got the response. Oh, we do actually get the expires in coming back to us. All right, not a problem. The other thing we could potentially do is we could set it so it's not required. However, having it like that, that's fine. Having it feedback to the front end is fine. In 30 days should be, yep, August. If I generate another one and I put in 180 days and I go 180 days in here and I go create API key, there's our API key, 180 days. Yeah, there we go. So that's all working perfectly fine. We just now need to get the delete done. However, I'm going to call the stream there. It is really late. I was meant to end a little while ago. I don't know how I'm still going. Let's find someone to raid. All right, Anna, SAS, Dev. We know we're gonna. All right. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone, for coming tonight. It has been wonderful. I hope to see you guys next time. I am trying to get back into streaming. However, there will be days where I won't be able to because I'll be too exhausted or in too much pain. So, yeah. Thank you very much for everyone coming tonight. And, yeah, I do hope you enjoy Anna SAS Dev. So, yeah. And thank you very much, everyone who's on YouTube. Sadly, you won't be able to follow us with the raid, but I do hope to see you next time. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you.